Good evening. I call to order the August 13, 2008 meeting of the Los Gatos Planning Commission. My name is Michael Kane. I serve as chair of the Planning Commission. My fellow commissioners and I welcome you and thank you for attending tonight's meeting. The Planning Commission is composed of citizens appointed by the Town Council to review planning and development issues and to make decisions and recommendations to the Town Council regarding land use for both commercial and residential matters. As we hear discussion tonight, we will consider each proposal and evaluate how it supports and enhances the quality of life we enjoy in Los Gatos. Ours is a quasi-judicial procedure guided by the town's general plan, zoning codes, and other standards and guidelines that have been adopted by Town Council. Again, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. We appreciate public testimony and look forward to yours as we evaluate each application. As a general reminder, please silence your cell phones. Ms. Bailey, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Jensen. Commissioner Seoff.
Here.
Commissioner Machichi.
Oh.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Vice Chair O'Donnell.
Here.
Chair Kane.
Here. Ms. Bailey, can you share with us the news regarding Mr. Suda?
Yes, I can. Randall Suda has accepted a position for the Community Development Director for the City of Mountain View, and his last day with us will be August 28th.
We are very sad to hear that. Mr. Suda bailed me out many times. I hope we can have a similar relationship. Pledge allegiance. Commissioner Jensen, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, tonight we have two sets of minutes to approve. Do we have discussion or perhaps a motion to approve both the Planning Commission meeting minutes of June 25 and July 9? Commissioner Jensen. Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'll move to approve both sets of minutes.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. Written communications. Tonight we have two documents, one regarding item 1 on our agenda, the other regarding item 3. We'll have time to review those as we get to those items. We have no requested continuances tonight, so we move to subcommittee reports. In addition to our Planning Commission responsibilities, each of us serves on one or two subcommittees. Now, we have not met for over a month, and I wanted to check in with each committee and have ourselves brought up to date. So, Commissioner O'Donnell, give us a quick update on the General Plan Committee and the General Plan Advisory Committee, and tell us the difference.
We met on August 7th, Thursday, with the General Plan Advisory Committee. Some of us are on that committee. That committee is, as its name suggests, advisory, and it is to be distinguished from the General Plan Committee, which actually makes direct recommendations. So the General Plan Advisory Committee assists the town in general and the General Plan Committee in particular. We had a very, very good meeting on the 7th. We had a presentation entitled Winds of Change by Don Wedden, formerly with, for many years, the County of Santa Clara. And he discussed with us how important the general plan change will be this year because of the many things that we all know, such things as the fuel situation, climate situation, population. We have fairly good numbers on growth of California, among other places. And he was telling us what a wonderful opportunity this is to not be reactive, but to be proactive, to be ahead of this before it comes to us. So we spent about, we set aside, I think, a couple of hours for this. The talk was maybe an hour. We then had questions. And I was present, and I, for one, learned a lot from that meeting and learned a good deal from the questions and answers. So hopefully that summarizes the two committees, because we have not met as a general plan committee in that intervening time.
And the purpose of both committees is that we end up with a revised general plan?
We are required by law periodically to revisit and revise the general plan, and that is what we're doing this year. Many of our sister jurisdictions are doing the same thing at the same time.
Thank you. Commissioner Telesfori, what's new with CDAC and what does that stand for?
CDAC stands for, thank you for asking, stands for Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, and sitting on that committee is the town mayor, the vice mayor, and then three of us commissioners, which would be myself, Commissioner Sayoc, and Commissioner Jensen. Tonight we met at 4:30 and had an application presented to us. And the way this is presented, it's sort of a free, give us your ideas about this. So before a project is taken through any formality, people can ask to come and see this committee and get some feedback and input as to what their project, or if it could be feasible in the town or accepted. So tonight, we heard from Classic Residence by Hyatt, and they submitted conceptual plans for redevelopment of the Los Gatos Lodge at 50 Los Gatos Saratoga Road. The site contains 8.8 acres, and they propose to demolish the existing lodge and construct a continuing care retirement community containing 300 independent living units, common spaces such as a cafe, dining rooms, fitness rooms, and office space, and also a 50,000-square-foot care center building containing assisted living, skilled nursing, and memory support facilities. As you know, it is, at the moment, occupied by the Los Gatos Lodge, which is a hotel in town, and frankly, that is the use that it is zoned to have. There's a resolution that was passed by council in 1990 and then reviewed in 2002, and they have continued that they would still like to have the hotel remain. However, there's always the option that council could change their mind. So that was what we were talking about tonight. The questions we had, of course, were the fact that the use, is this the correct use for our town? And the height of the building is at 6 stories. That's unheard of in Los Gatos. And then also what the continuing economic benefit to the town would be if it did go to residences. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Machici, anything new with the Historic Preservation Committee or the Architectural Standards and Hillside Committee?
Nothing new with the Architectural Standards and Committee, but we did meet on July 16th, the Historic Committee met. We had 3 items before us. One was at 18 Palm Avenue, which was a request to convert an existing pre-1941 residence to an accessory structure. And it appeared that the structure was originally an accessory structure for the landmark house at 55 Hernandez Avenue. So the thing was recommended for approval with a couple of options, and if approved, ultimately, the Historic Resources Inventory will be flagged to protect the accessory structure as a historic resource. Second one was at 82 Bentley Avenue, minor exterior changes to a single-family residence. And even though they were minor, it appeared too big to the committee, but we were able to, with the architect there, to have him redesign it in a smaller fashion and improve it as modified. The third item was 130 Masole Avenue, and that was to relocate an existing residence and to construct a second-story addition and to demolish a detached structure and to construct a new detached structure exceeding 450 square feet on the property. It was, again, we recommended approval to the DRC, subject to 4 or 5 conditions, and that was the business of the evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bourgeois, can you give us an update on our new Sustainability Committee?
Thank you. Yes, the Sustainability Committee is an ad hoc committee that is formed by the mayor and consists of members of the Planning Commission, Community Services Commission, Parks Commission, and Parking and Transportation, and I believe the Youth Commission. And we're evaluating the sustainability goals of the town, and item number 5 on tonight's agenda is going to be a little more detail about that and how this commission can interface with the Sustainability Commission and the goals coming out of that committee.
Thank you. We move now to verbal communications. As is your right, any member of the audience may speak for up to 3 minutes on any subject not on tonight's agenda. If you intend to speak, please fill out a speaker card located in the seat back in front of you so that we have record of the speakers, and turn that card in to a staff member on your right. When speaking at the podium, state your name and address for the record. And please understand that state law prohibits the Commission from taking any action or discussing any topic that may be presented during verbal communications. Tonight I have 2 cards, the first of which is Mr. Peter Donnelly.
Good evening. My name's Peter Donnelly. I live at 16412 Peacock Lane, Los Gatos. I'm obviously a resident of the town of Los Gatos, and my comments this evening relate to a decision by the Town Council on May 5th to approve a planned development for the DeSantis project. The decision to approve this project sets an extremely dangerous precedent for the town and clearly goes against the will and best interests of the residents of Los Gatos. In 2004, the town adopted clear standards, must do, and guidelines, should do, to govern development activity in the hillsides. The standards and guidelines also calls for a limited set of permitted exceptions. The DeSantis project, by any objective set of measures, does not meet the required standards, nor do the exceptions requested fall within the town council's authority to approve. The project was never designed to integrate with the topography of the site as is required, but instead the topography will now be extensively graded and re-engineered to accommodate a project as originally designed and conceived. This is wrong, and the town council didn't do its job of enforcing the will of the people. That's a shame. Why am I talking about this tonight? Well, I own a 15-acre parcel of land just a mile or so away from the DeSantis family, very similar in nature, and I had some very grand plans of developing it. However, after studying the rules and working with town staff, we came up with a proposal that follows the clear direction that was established. This, by the way, at no small cost financially, time-wise, and frustration-wise to myself and my family. My expectation was that rules would be enforced consistently. Not one rule for one group and another rule for a different group. Perhaps I might have approached things differently, knowing the rules could be ignored. Clearly, others onlooking, anticipating new development, are looking at this very, very carefully. That all being said, I'm pleased to say we received a 7-0 approval from this very body for our subdivision, and subsequently, after 2 years' work, have received a unanimous approval from DRC for a home that fully meets the hillside standards and guidelines. Everybody should have to go through the same process. Anyway, I'd like to commend the staff in planning and engineering for their continued efforts to do the right thing, despite the confusing messages being sent by our town council. Given the DeSantis project is back to the Planning Commission for architectural and site tonight, I would ask this body to stick to their guns and maintain their responsibility.
That's where I'm going to ask you to hold off.
That's fine.
As long as you're addressing the PD on the DeSantis project, that's not before us tonight. But what is before us tonight is the narrow question of ANS.
I thought I might be pushing
that. And you busted the envelope.
Okay.
Yes, you're out.
I'll be back later.
Okay.
Thank you.
My second card is from Citizen Ray.
Yes, indeed. Nice to see you all. My first comment is about the conceptual design meeting this afternoon that Ms. Talasor commented on. I was there. I heard the determination by the 5-member group, the message that was given to the developer, and that it was totally Your report, Ms. Telesfor, makes you totally unresponsive, in my opinion, as to what the commission did, okay? The commission told the developer to go back to the drawing board, that their 75-foot, 7-story, Ms. Telesfor, proposal was unacceptable to the small town of ambience of Los Gatos. And why didn't you say that? You agree now? You're nodding. Ms. Telesfor finally agrees after she's been corrected. Lastly, I want to speak about Los Gatos values. I've been here a small amount of time, 8 years, okay? And as you know, I'm active. And I'm standing up for what I call Los Gatos values, okay? I think it's a beautiful phrase that takes in all the things that we hold dear in this community. One of the major concepts and community values of Los Gatos values is our mountain, the preservation of the natural beauty of the mountain is the backdrop to all of us, okay? Are we going to meet the test of time and stop gross, obscene overdevelopment on the mountain that will turn it into a Disneyland of the West? Does this community have the soul above and beyond the dollar bill to stand up for Mother Nature on the mountain? And let's give her a name. She has no name. It's No Name Mountain now. I call her Mount Orphan, because nobody seems to want to stand up for the mountain. So we are moving ahead to name the mountain, to save the mountain, to stop the approved rape, pillage, and plunder of the mountain. I hope I made myself clear.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We move to the consent calendar, and there are no items on consent. Continued public hearings. We have one continued public hearing. This is item 1 on our agenda tonight, 520 Santa Rosa Drive. Architecture and site application SO5115. It's negative deck ND0703. Requesting approval to construct a new single-family residence on property zoned HR 2 1/2. No significant environmental impacts have been identified as a result of this project, and a mitigated negative declaration is recommended. This is APN 527-56-010. Property owner is Max Saberi and John Yahan. The applicant is Iraj Etesam. Hope I said that right. Ms. Bailey, do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, and Ms. Davis will be giving the presentation.
Ms. Davis?
Good evening. The project site is located on the south side of Santa Rosa Drive, 4 lots east of Colorado Court. This application was originally scheduled to be heard at an earlier meeting, but the story poles did not get put up in time, and so that's why we continued the matter. The story poles are now up, and you probably all saw that when you went out to the site. This is one of 2 undeveloped lots in the Alta Vista subdivision. The other one is over on Colorado Court and will be on a future agenda for a study session in September. This site is located on a ridgeline. As defined by the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, it's not a significant ridgeline, but it is a topographic ridge. There are other homes located along that same ridge throughout this development. It is not visible from a viewing platform, although it is visible from outlying homes and from the homes down below in the Shannon Valley Ranch development. There was a previous proposal for this particular site. It was considered by the Planning Commission in 2004, and that particular application was denied because it exceeded the allowable floor area, was higher than 25 feet, involved a lot of grading, and was trying to develop on slopes in excess of 30%. That application did also go to the Town Council on appeal and was also denied at that level. So the applicants started over and filed a new application, and that's the one that's before you this evening. This proposal did address all the major issues with the previous proposal in terms of the height. It's now 25 feet at the maximum point, And the floor area is within the allowable floor area for the site. It is within the cut and fill depths recommended by the Hillside Development Standards. The two-story home is 5628 square feet. It has a three-car garage that's just over 700 square feet. There's also a cellar element proposed that's 950 square feet. The house has been sited above the 490 contour. That was something that was recommended with the first go-round because that's essentially the break point between slope less than 30 and where the slope gets into the high 30s. The size and the FAR are within the range of the existing homes in the area. No trees will be impacted. There is one large oak tree in the front of this property that will be preserved, and we did revise their grading plan to stay out of the canopy of that tree at the recommendation of the town arborist. They have included a landscape plan. That landscape plan is compliant with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, with the exception of one species of shrub that they've got on the downslope, and that can easily be changed to a native species. We did a number of technical reviews on this project, including architectural, arborist, geotechnical, and full environmental review. The mitigative negative declaration went out previously and was posted and had a 20-day review period. We did not receive any written comments on the mitigated neg deck. You have received a number of letters from neighbors of this project. Some were attached to the staff report. There's also a desk item. There are letters from the two adjacent residents, one across the street, one that lives down below the site. The concerns are visual impact, privacy, and blocking of views. The staff report didn't include any specific changes, recommendations for design changes, because these issues didn't come up until that report went out and the story poles went up. And I think part of that was because those poles went up late. The neighbors really didn't have a good sense of the bulk and mass and the location of the structure until they saw the poles. The Alta Vista homeowners does have an architectural control committee. The plans have been submitted to that committee, although they have not been acted on at this point. This is a requirement of their CC&Rs for their development. It is not a town-enforced regulation, but I just wanted to make you aware of it, that it is something that, as a courtesy, we do normally ask an applicant to get approval from a homeowners association, and they have submitted plans that don't have action on that at this time. That's something that, if the project is going to be approved, we would like to see happen before they actually brought any plans in for construction level review. And that concludes the report, and we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Would the commission like time to review the desk items? There are 4 attached letters. We're okay with that? Then, questions for staff? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. On the desk item, one of the assertions was that the story poles may not be accurate. And does staff have a comment on that?
We think the story poles meet the intent in that they show the location, they show the general bulk of the structure. I think that the main ridge line is not shown all the way across the structure, which could have been done a little better than it was.
Okay, but the height is accurate? On the highest point?
Apparently, one neighbor disagrees that it is accurate. We thought it was when we checked the poles, but I didn't actually pull a tape measure on it, so it may be slightly off.
Okay. And secondly, that landscaping change that you recommended, is that already in the conditions of approval, or would that need to be added?
It's in the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Going back to the question on the story poles, I went out to the site, I think Sunday it was, and looked at the site, looked at the story poles. 2 of the neighbors materialized and talked to me, so I should disclose that. I told them I could not answer any questions, but they could say whatever they wanted to say. So as I walked around the property, they described to me their concern that the story poles were not accurately measured, and therefore the height of the building, if properly measured, was higher than 25 feet. I have no independent way of knowing, but I think we should be very clear on that, and perhaps we'll hear from 1 or 2 of those people tonight who can say that. But I am saying that I do know that 2 of the neighbors have concerns that the story poles are not accurately placed, and therefore the measurements are not accurate. And so by the end of this evening, I'm hoping I hear from staff and or others as to the accuracy of the measurements based upon the location of the story poles. Thank you.
Other questions of staff?
My question was about the story pole, so it's answered.
All
Thanks.
right. Ms. Davis, were we comfortable with the size of the decks?
The decks on the rear of the house?
Yeah, being that it's apparently part of the landscaping plan, the decks extend over.
Yeah, the decks are cantilevered except for one area where there's a retaining wall. But they are within the area where the applicant was directed to keep the house above the 490 contour, and so they are following that.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'm going to open the public hearing, and will shortly call the applicant, who will have up to 5 minutes to speak. After any other public members speak, the applicant may then have 3 minutes for rebuttal. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this matter after the applicant, please turn in a speaker card. You will each have up to 3 minutes to speak. I now call Mr. Atesum. How do I say that?
Edison. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nathaniel Walker, Principal Architect of Scales and Dimensions Architects PLLC. We are the consulting architects to the architect of record, Edison and Associates, where Raj Edison is the project architect for 527 Rosa Drive. I stand before you this evening on his behalf as he is away on business travel. I would like to start by stating that this project has a very long history of design with the town of Los Gatos Planning Department. The project's preliminary design was approved by the Planning Commission approximately 15 years ago, but the original owner sold the property to our clients, John Jahan and Max Saberi, with the approved plans. The new owners wanted to make changes to the original design that fit their lifestyle and thus needed to increase the square footage of the design to maximize the full potential of the use of the building site. By the time the design changes were completed, we were faced with adhering to the standards of both the Hillside Specific Plan and the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. For the past 4 years, we have worked diligently with the planners assigned to our project, originally Judy Gilly and then Susan Davis, to assure that the design conformed to the previously referenced standards. As a result, we've addressed the following concerns from both the Town of Los Gatos Planning Department and the town's consulting architect, Larry Cannon. Adhering to all the rules and regulations pertaining to height restrictions and excavation cut and fill requirements, and as it pertains to the issue of the story poles that have been erected can't be 100% accurate because there is some cut and fill that's going to happen on the property. And some of those poles reside in areas where cut and fill exist. So there's no way to put it accurately where the house is going to be built as far as the depth of the pole. Avoiding two-story walls by recessing the floor plan from all 4 sides and making it much smaller than the first floor, thus not having any two-story wall planes. Respecting the neighbor views, especially the neighbor across the street, which faces the open space on the east side of our proposed project and a partial view of the 1-story in that area. The neighbor on the east side have their garages facing our project and their view intact. The neighbor on the west side has a building higher than ours and its main view is southward, thus there is no obstruction of their view. The existing oak tree has been given special consideration and it remains as a great landscape element in our proposed design, coupled with the design of the entry walkway to the building entrance, porch, and fountains. The building finished materials and color schemes conform to the Hillside regulation and is consistent with the neighboring residences. A very small portion of the top of this 3-acre lot is the only allowable buildable area that meets the hillside slope requirements, thus the location of the proposed project. And the existing building on the west side of our project is much higher than ours, but it cannot be seen from the valley floor because of trees and vegetation on its southern part, which hides the building from the valley floor. The land in which our project is being proposed has been vacant for a long time, and existing trees and vegetation are little to none. If you have referred to the proposed landscape plan, which is enclosed in your documentation, you will see that it is also our intent to screen the house as much as possible with native plants and vegetation so that the visibility of our proposed project from the valley floor and its residences is minimized. We understand and we are fully aware of the covenants, conditions, and restrictions that also must be adhered to for the Alta Vista Homeowners Association and the Greenbrier Home communities. In a conversation between architect Lynn Matthews, daughter of the architect of record, and Anthony Larman, chairman of the Architectural Control Committee for the Alta Vista Homeowners Association, it was brought to our attention that their major concern for the project was that it conformed to the town's hillside development standards and regulations. We assured Mr. Larman that the project meets the requirements, and we welcome any additional comments that they might have for the project prior to submitting it to the building department for a permit. If the design changes based on the feedback from the HOA, we fully understand that we have to get planning department approval prior to submitting to the building department. The project has been designed by architects, redesigned with comments from the town's consulting architect, and redesigned again with planning department comments before we finally got the thumbs up and the privilege to stand here before you tonight. We've worked very hard for many years and are merely asking your approval to move forward in the design process, conditional or otherwise, so that our clients can move one step closer to building their home. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walker? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Walker, I want to ask you a question about the story poles. I realize story poles are not accurate to the inch, so to speak, maybe not a half foot, whatever. The thing I was concerned about when I was out there, and I'm in no position to say tonight what the answer is, and I'm looking for it, everybody's concerned with the ridge line and the elevation of the house and going down to the 490, I guess, elevation. So one of the key questions here, I guess, is where is the ridge line and where is the maximum height of the building in relationship to that ridge line? And when you look at the story poles, one of the criticisms has been that the maximum height has not been carried with a line, so to speak, that the orange stuff that they string across, which didn't bother me. I can see that. So the only real question I have, and I don't have a judgment on it, is notwithstanding perhaps some difficulty, when we look at it and it says that the maximum height is 25 feet, it seems rather critical to us to know that that is reasonably accurate. And when you say we have a problem with cut and fill, I don't know what that means. Is 25 feet accurate? And if it is, what has that got to do with your ultimate dealing with the cut and fill?
The entire ridge line is below the 25-foot maximum height. The 25-foot maximum height requirement, as it pertains to our design, is accurate based on the proposed contours for the building site. The proposed contours that we're going to have for the construction of the site do not match the contours that exist out there today, thus probably the discrepancy in height of the story poles.
So the story, one follow-up, please. So the story poles then, in that sense, are not representative. You're saying that is not the finished site, so the story poles represent the existing site, but when we say 25 feet, one has to look at your plans and say, forget what I'm looking at, and assume that the level shown on the plans is what I have to imagine.
Okay. Could I defer to the contractor who erected the story poles?
Sure, and I'm sorry the question sounded less
No, that's okay.
precise.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, the site is gonna receive a couple of feet of cut. That's the reason that you see the discrepancies between what you see there and what is proposed. The story poles are accurate. I took a laser with Mr. Etesama, we checked that. There could be a discrepancy within a feet for the top of the story poles. And the ridge line that you can see, there are two triangles that they show the ridge. Because of the difficulty with the contour and the topography of the site, it's pretty much impossible to put that last piece in there. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was out there, there was a marker which I took to be finished grade. And if one measures, there was some kind of rope type of thing which was wrapped around what I perceived to be the finished grade. That may be wrong, and when I say finished grade, it would be the level of the floor.
Those ropes are, if you see the film, the kite runner or something, we use those ropes for erecting the story poles. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm hearing you say that the 25 feet is determined based upon what the final elevation will be. However, the story poles, knowing that, people putting it in, when I look at them, I'm getting a true representation of the maximum height.
Yes, sir, yeah. It's within a feet or so.
So if I were to measure that, which the people that I was with on the neighbors did measure it, I guess we'll hear from them tonight, they got in excess of 25 feet. So have you done the calculations?
No. You see, the reason you see that it's in excess of 25 feet is because there is a cut on the side right now. So it's, when the side drops, you see that, but from the street side, it's going to be within 25 feet.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Jensen, for Mr. Walker?
I think the architect, but it's again about the story poles. I wanted to know, did you get an opportunity to look at the desk item photo that was submitted by one of the neighbors? So I think that's what's generating the discussion. And if you look at it, I know people in the audience probably can't see it, I apologize. But there's a very dramatic difference in the black lines that are represented by the neighbor and the orange of the story poles. Are the black lines at all correct, or is the orange line correct once the cut happens?
You have your picture with you? The photo.
It's the last letter, the last photograph. This is a desk item. I don't know if you saw it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because you're cutting down. This is accurate because it's not this much higher. You're grading, so you're bringing the whole thing down. So these are accurate. It's not going to be a...
Commissioner Jensen, would it help any if we tried to get that on the overhead?
To answer your question, yes, the story poles are accurate. Again, because we're cutting the site, the story poles, as they're erected, currently are going to drop down because the site is being cut.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Telesfori? I have a question, Mr. Walker, for you and your colleagues, and it concerns the cellar policy. We have a cellar policy that allows a cellar to be cut, in this case, into the hillside, in lieu of visible mass. That's why we allow cellars. And as I look at the house, it's maxed out on height. It's maxed out on square feet. In fact, if you take away the deductions by policy, this is a 7,315 square foot house. The part that counts is the 5628, which is just 300 feet below, less than 300 feet below the max allowed. Where has there been the reduction in visible mass that would then allow the spirit and the letter of the cellar policy to put in a 950 square foot cellar?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, the breakup of the mass is accomplished in two ways. One, by setting back the second story all the way around the house, and to hide the height at the rear of the house on the hillside, which is the side that you'll have some visibility of the cellar. You won't have that much visibility after the vegetation and planting have been put in, but that's screened with the deck that goes across the back of the house.
Are you familiar with the cellar policy?
The cellar policy for the town of Los Gatos?
Yes.
Familiar with it? No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
All right, thank you. Good. Other questions for Mr. Walker? Thank you. I have a number of speaker cards. And after the speakers speak, Mr. Walker, you'll have 3 minutes to rebut anything that needs to be rebutted. Ron Casper. And Ron will be followed by Gilbert Mayer, if Gilbert could be ready to go.
Thank you. I'm Ron Casper. I live at 531 Santa Rosa Drive, and we have some major objections to the size of the house. First objection is that basically this is a house plan that's been resubmitted to the town a number of times with slight modifications. The house plan has been rejected by the town, I think, at least twice or maybe 3 times in the past. So basically, it's been reduced in roof height and some square footage by adding the basement. So personally, I don't see much changes in the house plan from where it was many years ago. Secondly, I checked with the town. There is no excavation permit to allow any grading of the property, because that's what I argued. I said, well, if the poles are correct, then is there an excavation plan that takes in the fact that they're lowering the footage or the height of the existing grade, so that we're down in I think they said the highest point was 527 feet. And the town said there's no excavation permit that's been granted. So when we measured it, even if you use the story poles as they are, they majorly break the ridge line. If you put them where we believe they should be, they're way above the ridge line. So that house is basically blocking a 2,500-foot mountain behind us, and we're objecting to that particular fact. And from the back side of the house down where the other development is, the house is humongous. It looks like a 3-story apartment building based on the story poles that are up there. So we're in objection to the size of the house. We believe the house should be reduced to 1 story on the front. Thank you.
Let's see if there's any questions. I have a question to staff. Ms. Davis, is there anything to the excavation permit comment?
We wouldn't issue any kind of grading permit on a project before its approval. I think the point that the applicant was trying to make on the story poles is because they're grading down, the house is being lowered a little bit into the site. And when you're doing that, your visible pole will not necessarily be 25 feet. Some of that height is actually in the ground right now.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Casper? Thank you, sir. Mr. Meyer, followed by Citizen Ray.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, my name is Gilbert Meyer. I am a principal at GHC Shannon Valley, the people that developed the homes below this proposed house, and I own the home at 299 Mountain Laurel, immediately below this site. I am concerned about the view of this house from below. By the applicant's own measurements, it's from ground to height about 31 feet 9 inches. It looks monstrous from the entry to Shannon Valley, from the entry to my home, from my backyard, and from the public trail that crosses behind my yard in 2 places on the way up the hill to this house. In response to this monster house, I offered 2 suggestions. First, I think we have to do a landscape plan for the back of the house that puts in not 6 little 15-gallon oaks on the side of the house, but puts across the back dozens of 36-inch box oaks in a way that greens out the house so it doesn't stand out there like a monster. Second, I looked at the hillside development standards and guidelines of the town of Los Gatos. It reads that the ridge between Shannon Road and Blossom Hill is a significant ridgeline area. In such a case, visual impacts of buildings should be mitigated to the greatest reasonable extent by reducing the height of the building or moving its location. In our case, we can't move the location. It says that if the building cannot be sited below a significant ridgeline, then the building should not exceed 18 feet. Now, Those guidelines also make a number of small points, such as the objectives of the hillside development guidelines are to maintain natural appearance of the hillsides, protect ridgelines from development, maintain the rural, natural, open space character of the hillsides, ensure that development does not dominate but visibly blends with the neighborhood, and conserve the natural features of the site, such as topography. I don't think this is doing it. Further, those guidelines note that the applicant should consult with neighbors before siting and designing the house. That's something, at least for me, was not done. And finally, the Planning Commission should realize that conflicts between owners and neighbors have to be addressed in a way that has a fair balance between the owners and neighbors. So, I am asking in summary to put a lot of landscaping, which I'm willing to design and give to the owners, behind to soften the house, this 31.9 feet. And second, to limit the house to 18 feet, that is to say, 1 story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Thank you. Citizen Ray. And no offense to the next speaker, but for speakers hereafter, perhaps we could start the timer.
Yes, indeed. Speaking in the public interest, as I have for the past 8 years, on hillside properties in Los Gatos. Speaking to the issue of the story pool, I got to tell you, I'm an expert on story pools. I've been doing story pools for 25 years, okay, ever since we went over to Sausalito and got the story on story pool. And I want to tell you, somebody's cheating on the story poles. I went up and took a look at them about 3 weeks ago. Are they 25 feet tall? Of course not. They're only about 12, 13 foot tall. How can they tell a story? I mean, those are the ones that were up 3 weeks ago. It blows my mind. Then I go to the architectural drawings, you know, for some relativity, and guess what? The architectural drawings do not show an existing grade. This is the first time in 40 or 50 years I've been doing this work that the architect has failed to show the existing grade. Without the existing grade, how do you know how badly the land is being raped? And this proposal rapes the land, and they're trying to disguise it, both by deceitful story poles and deceitful architectural drawings. The only grades that are shown are finished grades. Can you believe it? It is ugly. So, you know, and then I think of Santa Rosa Drive. It's a beautiful community on the ridge, okay? The homes fit the slopes, the natural contours. As you drive down Santa Rosa, it's very organic, very natural. It is responsive to the hillside design guidelines. This application is a total rape of the hillside design guidelines and the infill policy, which stipulates that any infill development shall blend in with the existing neighborhood architecture, et cetera, et cetera. Ladies and gentlemen, you have only one option. If you care about Los Gatos values, that option is to deny this obscenity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chitri? And you will help me with that pronunciation?
Actually, you were very close. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Deepa Chitri. I am the property owner for the last 15 years on the property immediately adjacent to the current property, which is 510 Santa Rosa Drive on the west side of the property. The Alta Vista neighborhood is an ideal example of what Los Gatos stands for, which is preservation of the natural beauty of our land and all the neighbors having homes that do not obscure each other's privacy or views. The new structure that is proposed, the height of the structure is too large, as we have heard from other people. The view from the bottom of the mountain is nothing better than absurd, because it really is a humongous structure that you can see from the bottom of the mountain behind. And when the applicant mentioned that the owners on the west side, our view is not obscured, I would like to present a few pictures that prove otherwise. This is the view directly from our kitchen and the deck. I took the picture from within my kitchen, and so you can see actually the deck, and this is zoomed in over there. You cannot see it very clearly on this, but right behind where that white blob can be seen, and I'm happy to pass it over because you can see it more clearly on that, is the direct view of the eastern hills as well as Mount Hamilton. And it obscures completely Mount Hamilton from various angles on our deck. I've taken other pictures here from the deck that show that it continues to obscure. The structure seems very close to our existing fence. Even I have pictures here that show this is a view from the master bedroom, and then there is a picture. In fact, Commissioner O'Donnell, I may have you in a picture from this last Sunday. This is from inside the shower of the master bathroom. And if you look at the proposed structure, there is an entire wall of windows on the west side. So I would, on a daily basis, be having people look into the bathroom.
Thank you, Doctor. Do you have a conclusion, a wrap-up?
We believe that the structure is too large and too high, and we would like to suggest that the structure is lowered in its height. It's close to 32 feet as it stands right now, and the commission denied the current structure as it stands. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Thank you. Sanjir Chitri?
Well, I'm the husband of the previous speaker, and my name is Sanjeev Chitri. We reside at 510 Santa Rosa Drive. I would like to sort of bring this note to your notice that this was supposed to be a public hearing, and I was contacted by the PR person here and in ways threatened with legal things that were not appropriate when such things are discussed by personally calling at offices 3-4 times a day. So I object to the process that was used in convincing the neighbors as to what legal help they have advised and who has done that. I'm not interested in it, and I do not feel that was an appropriate step taken. In addition to that, of course, I would like to welcome the neighbors. They sort of raw land there. But I came here in the year 97 to build a small extension on the house, and I was told by the Planning Commission to make sure that the conformity of the space and the heights were all very well taken care of, which I went back and I reduced a 3,500 square foot structure to a 1,200 square foot structure based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission. If you go down just 5 blocks down from there and see this huge structure, this looks like a huge apartment building standing just across the structure there. And obviously my wife has already shown that this is a 35-feet structure as the specification states there. And it actually states, I don't know why people are calling it a 25 feet. If you look right there, it says 35 feet. And there is no need to have this 35-feet structure that every one of us who went through the process 10 years ago didn't have the right to have any of these things, and we accommodated the requirements of the Planning Commission. Why can't this owner accommodate the requirement of Planning Commission? It is a sincere request from us to you to really consider and have them abide by the same regulations we did. Yes, it will block some of our view. That's okay. That's a part of having neighbors. But I think the rules should be the same. It should not be different for them or for us. We did it. We expect them to do it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm not sure I understood who it was that was making these phone calls to you.
Apparently, there's a PR firm that was hired by the owners to be able to communicate with neighbors, and they have some way got our numbers and were constantly, I must have records of this, so you must be able, I will happy to show you, 4 or 5 times, and in saying how they had these lawyers reviewed, and how they were, if something came about, they would bring all of these kinds of actions. And I was sort of surprised at this whole proposal coming up when I was meeting these people. I had not even met them. If they would have come to our house, they would have sat, they would have talked, we would have been happy to share what it is, and not show these pictures at the last minute here, which we were forced to show at this point in time.
Just one follow-up. Did they identify themselves? You identified them as a PR firm.
They themselves said that they were hired by the owner as a PR firm.
If you give a name is what I'm asking.
Yes, they did, and I can go to my recording and find the name out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Mr. Walker, you will have 3 minutes to rebut.
As it pertains to the issues of the contours being inaccurate, we have hired a licensed civil engineer, and the drawings behind you both show the existing contours as the site exists today, as well as the proposed changes to those contours to accommodate the proposed residents.
Where?
They're on the wall.
Citizen Ray? Citizen Ray? No. No, I don't want any outbursts. Continue.
Furthermore, the property that for the pictures that the lady came up and showed, that side of the property, the setback is 20 feet on that side. And we're in excess of that. We're like 31 feet from the property line. So that photo is zoomed in to make it look worse than what it actually is. The only way that I can see that we'll accommodate any of the concerns that a lot of the neighbors have is to not build a house at all. We meet the requirements of the hillside regulations. There's a 35-foot maximum height for the rear of the building. We're at 31 feet, 4 feet under the maximum allowed. At the front, we're at 25. We meet all of the setback requirements, all the cut and fill requirements. We've gone through extensive meetings and redesign of the project with Susan Fletcher and with the town architect, and short of not building a house, we're not sure what else we could do to accommodate the other concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walker? Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Walker, I don't know if you would like to respond to it, or the owner. Could you just talk a little bit about this PR firm that a neighbor had mentioned, and who exactly this?
I have no idea about that. That was the first time I've heard about it.
Okay.
I'm one of the owners, and that's the first time.
You want to come forward and address yourself with the mic?
Yes, my name is Max Saberi, and I'm one of the owners. That's the first time that I'm hearing this PR firm, and I do not know. I wish that they give the name, just not say somebody. I mean, you have to go to the bottom of it. I mean, I was shocked to hear that accusation. I mean, I'm not going to go that, say they're lying, but again, it is inaccurate information, and I wish, somebody, if you're going to come, give the name, not somebody.
All right. Other Commissioner Sayoc?
Just the second question. I understand you have mentioned about meeting the requirements, and I just want to remind you that these are maximum requirements, and one of the key central factors that we as a commission look at is how it works harmoniously with the neighborhood. One of the things that has repeatedly been brought up today is the idea of bringing it down to 18 feet so that it doesn't seem as massive. You reduce the scale, you reduce some of the mass. Could you talk about that by reducing it to from 3 to 2 stories or 2 to 1, however you want to see it? That certainly is something that your neighbors would like. Is that something that you can talk and something you would consider?
This has been 4 years process. We went through the planning department in many different stages, and we at least feel like we are meeting the requirement of the hillside. And we work with the staff back and forth to bring it to that one. Yes, it could be done as a one-story, but it is going to completely redesign the whole thing. This is the second time that we did complete redesign of this project. 4 years ago, we redesigned it to make it to today's standards. And to go into the 18, that means is a complete redesign. We have to start it from the bottoms. But again, we work very closely with the staff, and you already saw the staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'd like to ask Mr. Walker a question. You had said a moment ago that sort of this was it, and if you couldn't build this, you couldn't build a house. That apparently is not what I just heard. But when I was out there looking, the house, I guess, is to the south, or maybe east. It's the house if you're facing a lot to the left, so much for my directions. It is a house sort of built into the, I think it's a little more built into the hills, not very high. I guess it's a single-story house, but it's built on the same hill. I assume that that you want to have X number of square feet, and that's what's driving the 2 stories, because clearly you could bring down the height of the building, but you either got to make it a smaller building or you've got to go deeper into the cut. Now, from what I've gathered, perhaps has anybody given consideration to that? And if you have, why have you rejected it?
That's it's something we take into consideration. We haven't considered it because it just came up tonight. We've never thought about taking it down to a single-story house. They wanted a 2-story home in a hillside, and that's what we, went for. And so to take it down to a 1-story house, yes, would require a reduction in square footage. We got to re-examine cut and fill to lower the house, and of course redesign it. So I would have to converse with the owners about that and see what their position is on it.
I just want you to understand, I'm not telling you that's what you ought to do. Or
no, I understand.
Just for your consideration, I wondered what your response was. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Mr. Walker, thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn to the commissioners for discussion and/or motion. I'll first ask the commissioners for a show of hands from those who are able to visit the site and ask if there are any disclosures or additional evidence that needs to be put on the record. Who's seen the house? We have photographic proof of Commissioner O'Donnell. Let's begin then with Commissioner O'Donnell and move to his left.
I do believe the applicant has put a lot of work in. The problem is, I do think the house from down below, I'm sympathetic to the bulk and mass, the impact it will have on the lower neighbors. And I'm also concerned, not that it's 2 stories, although that is a problem, but the height of the building also has this bulk and mass. I realize it's very difficult. You've worked with the town. The architects looked at it. And I appreciate all those things, but I am concerned, and I listen to my fellow commissioners. I'm not voting at the moment. I am concerned that from both the front and from the lower part of the hill looking up, particularly that, it's going to look like a 3-story house. And that's what happens on hillsides sometimes. But looking at the house from the street, it is going to look more than 25 feet, and maybe it is more than 25 feet. I don't know. But without telling anybody how they ought to design their house, I think it looks too high. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I generally concur with Commissioner O'Donnell. This is a big house in a neighborhood of big houses, and we're not hung up on the square footage here, but I spent a lot of time driving up and down Santa Rosa. I spent a lot of time down in the Shannon Valley Ranch development, and this house stands out. And when I look at the houses in that neighborhood, yes, they're large. Yes, there are some that are 2 stories. The best designs are the ones that are 1 story on the street frontage and step down with the hill slope. It's exactly what our hillside standards and guidelines tell us to do. Again, I'm not going to design from up here, but this is such a prominent lot. The views are so prominent from down below in Shannon Valley Ranch. I would concur that that's where my sentiments are leaning.
Thank you. Commissioner Telesfori.
I have a question of staff first, if I
Okay.
may. If this, Ms. Davis? Okay. All right, you're listening. If this is not approved by their homeowners association in some way, or the plan is altered or changed, what happens to the project then?
It would depend on what the comments were. Typically, a homeowners association is not going to get into minutia. If they wanted to see some sort of significant change that deviated from a planning commission approval, we would probably have to bring it back to the planning commission.
Okay, thank you. I would say that I looked at that, when I was out there, I looked at the house, I looked at the house next door. It's a single-story house. You can hardly even see it. It's so well landscaped and so well thought out as far as stepping down and being with the contour of the area. The house to the other side, the 2-story house, is so hidden by landscaping, you could hardly see that. However, from Shannon Road, this house basically fills in the gap in the hillside from the left to the right. And we have, I don't know how many comments we've had from neighbors. It hasn't been just 1 or 2. It's, I think, 7 letters about privacy issues and height and everything. And although we have no right to guarantee views, we certainly, with our hillside designs, try to protect everyone's views and compromise and work with you on that. So I really think, how do we bring this house into compliance? And I think that at this point, you have a house that's really on paper, and that's the good news. And that's why you're here tonight. And so I think that we've made some good comments so far. I'd like to see you perhaps think about what we were talked about. Landscaping definitely is going to be a very critical element in how this project is brought to completion, and the placement of them and the size of them, for sure. I'd like to think about that. The materials of your house, softening the materials with the use of softening the structure. It's stucco now, but softening that with some stone and wood definitely will help it from the view looking up from Shannon Road and from Santa Rosa. And the colors also should definitely blend with that in mind. And I think that's all I have to say now.
Thank you. Commissioner Machici.
Question of staff.
Yeah.
Ms. Davis, would you clarify, one of the speakers indicated that there was a significant ridge line here and that the 18-foot rule should apply. Could you clarify how, is that a misunderstanding?
We have 2 significant ridge lines identified by the hillside standards, and it is not one of them. The one is Aztec Ridge, and the other is the ridge between Blossom Hill and Shannon Road.
Okay, so the 18-foot would not apply?
It doesn't strictly apply.
What's that?
It does not strictly apply to this site. It is something that's a discretionary action. If the commission felt it was appropriate to hold them to a certain height, you could direct them that way, but it's not required by the hillside development standards and guidelines.
Because it's not a significant ridge line?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sayak.
I basically concur with what my commissioners prior to me have said. I do want to address the 18-foot and the significant ridge line, and I understand that we've identified significant ridge lines, and I, for one, feel that even though you've identified specific ones, it's the intent of the document that we're trying to bring not only to those that are specified, but to all the hillsides in Los Gatos. And I really like this ridge line because, as others have said, there is a now public trail that goes along Shannon Valley Road, and it's a beautiful trail that I know many families enjoy. And this really does alter what one sees when you're trying to be out and you're trying to enjoy the hillsides of Los Gatos. It's a different view that we normally see, and it's one that I'd really like to protect and treasure. So because of that, I really do hope that the structure is brought down. I'm looking at 18 feet. I understand you're not held to that, but I would significantly like it brought down to at least 1 story or lower.
How low can you go?
We can only hope, right?
Commissioner Jensen.
I'd just say briefly that I concur generally with what other commissioners have said. I would say to the applicant that I understand that you have worked on this for a long time and that you are competing against a vacant lot, and you have houses with people that have lived in them for quite some time, and now you're filling in a blank that they're used to, so that's very difficult. But I think that if there's a redirection for a design that the commission is, I think, going towards lowering the house and making it less prominent in that vacant lot, that ultimately, I think if you work for a collaborative design, you may be frustrated now but be happy later. So I concur with the comments that have been made so far.
And I concur with the comments and want to add just a couple of items. The old Holiday Inn commercial was that the best surprise is no surprise. And when the story polls went up, voila, all the neighbors were surprised. And so they've written a lot of letters, and they've come down here. And where this goes from here to the next stage is very important to include your neighbors, because the kind of testimony and the kind of unanimity, that can be persuasive testimony. So you want to pull them in as your partners and make sure they know what you're doing. And I go back to the cellar policy again from the general plan. Encourage basements and cellars to provide hidden square feet in lieu of visible mass. And if you have a structure that's maximized out every dimension, there's nothing being hidden. So perhaps then there shouldn't be a cellar. So the alternative of that equation then is to take something off and have a more step-down cellars like some of the other houses do. Specific guidance on the view. Commissioner Sayoc said no one is guaranteed a view. That's true. But we have policies and guidelines, and one of them I want to share with you is preserve and protect the natural states of the mountains and surrounding hillsides by, among other things, discouraging development on or near the hillsides, as well as development that blocks the views of the hillsides. So there's a lot of intent in here that when we hear people concerned about a project, we can look to the letter or the spirit of our guidelines to try to do the right thing. And it sounds like the house needs to come down a little bit, needs to make love to that hillside, move in a little bit more, and maybe closer to the street and more away from the ridge. There's room there. Build around the, I can't design, can I? But don't hurt the oak, but get closer to the street and more away from that ridge line. Commissioners, can I get a motion? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just have one question before a motion is made. We have, I think, always have 3 options, but we were talking about 2 options, one of which is to deny, another is to send back. To a certain extent, I want to be accommodating in a strange way to the applicant. Sometimes the applicant would prefer that we simply deny.
I have some willingness to work.
Okay. If it would be of benefit, as opposed to simply saying, fine, you want to take your chances with the town council, go right ahead, if there's something to be gained by giving these people a chance to take another look at it, I would move that we continue the matter to allow the applicant to take into consideration the comments that have been made and to see if they can better accommodate those comments.
I'd second that. Discussion? Commissioner Machici.
Maybe I heard differently, but what I thought I heard was that trying to reduce it to what we were discussing and so forth would mean a major redesign. I didn't feel that they would be anxious to do that. I might just recommend something if it's possible to do, but could we open it to get one question answered, and that is, would they prefer denial or a redesign continuance? Because why go through the timing here if they have no intent to do it?
You all right with that? I'm going to reopen the public hearing. Could the applicant or the owner give us an indication?
We would like to take your advice and go back and redesign it and bring it back instead of starting the process from
Thank you, sir.
zero up.
I'm going to close the public hearing and look for other discussion. Commissioner Telesfori.
I'm wondering, have we generated a list of what our direction was? Did anyone capture that?
Do we have a list of our general direction, our
Okay.
pearls of wisdom? All right. Yes.
As the maker of the motion, I just want to be clear that at least my intent is not to tell how to design the building. It is clear that we're all concerned with the view, the bulk, the mass. Nobody's saying it has to be 1 story or 2 stories. But obviously, we've all heard the comments, and I think we've been very clear on what bothers us. But my intention is not to tell the applicant how to make us feel better about this so they could get it at least passed by this commission. So that's the intention of the motion.
If I may, Commissioner O'Donnell, I understand, I agree. I also don't want to waste their time. So we have a list of items that's been captured by staff. There's sentiment for 18 feet regarding the ridgeline guidance, that kind of thing, rather that they have no guidance and come back with something else and be turned away again.
Well, maybe we better reconsider then your second, because I'm not telling them elevation, okay? And I think I can be very respectful of that, and therefore maybe my motion shouldn't be seconded. But that is not the intent of the motion, to tell them how many feet. We know what the maximum height is. We know that it would be a lot better if it were perhaps 18.
To the maker of the motion, the intent of the motion is to capture the pearls that have been given to staff and have been written down.
And to consider them.
Right. More discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to do just a slight follow-up on that. The 18-foot issue could be an issue with some of the commissioners, and I don't think I've heard clearly from all of them on it. I think there's a couple of us that feel the 18-foot may be an imposable one, since we may interpret that as a ridgeline ourselves, right? So I'd like to hear more comment on that before I look at this motion as Commissioner O'Donnell has presented it.
All right. Commissioner Bourgeois.
The hillside standards, state there are 2 significant ridge lines or other ridge lines as determined by the approving body. So I thought I heard a consensus that we felt I personally feel this is a significant ridge line, and I would think that those standards that then apply to a significant ridge line should be in place. So that's my opinion.
I agree, Commissioner Bourgeois, but, Commissioner O'Donnell doesn't want to work with numbers. I don't want to work with numbers. I like the spirit of the motion. We look at the other houses, and they're not held to 18. And I don't want to be fair, but I think we've given good guidance to hopefully see a better project next time. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think Commissioner Bourgeois' point is very, very well taken, but I still don't think it could be our job to say we think this is a significant ridgeline, and therefore these things follow, and that's what you're suggesting. I'm not prepared to do that tonight. I do think these people have labored and struggled, and it's going on for a long time. Heard the neighbors. I'm respectful of that. I'm not saying I'm going to approve it if it's more than 18 feet, but I personally tonight did not feel comfortable to say the way to get this thing approved is to come back at 18 feet. That may be what I should be doing, John. I understand that, but that's not what I'm doing. And if my fellow commissioners can't support it because it's not precise enough, I'm very respectful of that. I would like to say, clearly we've said, 18 feet would be a lot easier to get by, But I'm not saying, and therefore it has to be 18 feet. So that's the intention of the motion, and if the commission doesn't want to go there.
As the seconder, I'm going to maintain my second, and I'm also going to call the question. I think we've got it clear what the motion means, that we can hopefully look at a better project next time. So, unless there's strenuous objection, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries 7-0. We need a date certain, and do we need appeal rights on the sendback?
No, but you do need to be clear that there's a date certain for continuing the public hearing.
And can staff help us with that?
Staff is recommending the meeting of October 8th.
October 8th?
They need time.
Is that
2 months.
acceptable? Well, that seems like a long time.
2 months.
October 8th acceptable to you? That'll work.
So the public hearing on this matter has been continued to October 8th, 2008. There will be no further notice of the hearing.
That's the end. I'm looking for the next one.
They want to ask a question, I'm saying yes.
Anybody want to break? Here we go. If you have questions, perhaps you could come see staff. I'm going to move on to our second new public hearing, item 3 on tonight's agenda. Is that right? Item 2 on tonight's agenda. I thought we could go home early. We have 3 new public hearings tonight, the first of which is 55, a.k.a. It's 52, a.k.a. 55 Oak Hill Way. This is architecture and site application SO118. It's negative deck ND01-5, requesting approval to construct a new single-family residence in the R1D zone. No significant environmental impacts have been identified. As a result of this project, a mitigated negative declaration is recommended. This is APNs 52934-101. It's APNS. Property owner applicant is Jim Rogers. Ms. Bailey, do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, and I will be giving the presentation. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a 1,616-square-foot, 3-story residence with a 1,364-square-foot cellar and a 400-square-foot attached 2-car garage. The allowed floor area ratio for the house is .357, and the proposed FAR is .355. The proposed residence and garage are within the allowable floor area for the property and are compliant with setbacks, building coverage, and height requirements. The proposed residence is also within the floor area ratio and square footage range of the homes in the neighborhood. The primary access to the site is from Oak Hill Way, and it's by a ramped driveway bridge. On-street parking is prohibited on Oak Hill Way, and the applicant is requesting approval of a carport to provide a parking space for a guest. 3 tandem spaces will also be available in the driveway to accommodate guest parking. The lot is challenging to develop due to the steep slope and the location of trees and the creek. To meet the town's height requirement and the setback requirement from the top of the creek bank, the house must be designed to run parallel with the street frontage. Although the front of the house has a low profile and is designed to be sensitive to the neighborhood, staff has expressed concerns, which is identified in your report, with the mass and scale of the rear elevation, which is 3 stories and is visible from Villa Avenue. To soften the mass and to blend better with the wooded slope, the use of trees to create a visual buffering, wood siding, and darker earth tone colors may be appropriate. The renderings provided in your packet illustrate that the patio openings below the proposed garage will resemble an open garage. And if this application or any revisions include this patio area, staff is recommending that architectural elements be incorporated to soften these openings. One solution would be to step the wall on each side of the opening to replicate the proposed patio openings under the carport. And those are all shown in your elevations in your packet. The project was reviewed by the town's consulting architect and arborist, and also a geotechnical consultant. And the project has been designed to meet concerns of these consultants. Due to the average slope of the lot within the area of construction, an initial study was required. The Regional Water Quality Control Board has been in contact with the town to discuss recommended changes to the initial study and mitigated negative declaration to clarify the board's jurisdiction and to correct quotations that were made in an exhibit to the study from the biological consultant. Although the recommendations of the board do not change the project or impact any of the mitigation measures, the board has requested that the document be recirculated for review with these changes. Therefore, the commission cannot take an action at this time to approve the application. Staff is recommending that the commission consider the application, determine if the plans need to be redesigned, and continue the matter to a date certain to recirculate the environmental documents. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Would you clarify again, I'm sorry, I must have just missed it, would you give us the CEQA analysis again and why we can't make a decision this evening?
Because the Regional Water Quality Control Board has requested some changes in the document. Although they are minor, they do want those changes made, and they want the document recirculated, which means it goes back to the state clearinghouse, and the state sends it back out to all the regional agencies for a 30-day review.
Well, I understand what they want, but I guess what I'm saying is, don't we determine whether the changes are significant enough to have a recirculation as opposed to a commenter telling us they want it recirculated?
We try to keep a good relationship with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, so we worked out the compromise to proceed with the application and not proceed. We did discuss doing an addendum and sending that to the state to be recirculated, but the Regional Board was not comfortable with that alternative. So we feel it's in the best interest to actually recirculate the document.
Commissioner Jensen.
What's the time required for the recirculation and the comment period?
30 days.
Okay. And am I correct in assuming that another option is to deny the project?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. I have a question about the square footage calculation. I just want to make sure I'm looking at sheet A7, and that's the cross-section that shows the slope and the cellar portion. And there's a couple shadings, one that says not counted as floor area, and the other is counted as floor area.
The not counted as floor area means it's the cellar, and it's exempt from the floor area ratio requirements.
Right, but in cross-section 1, even though it's above 4 feet, and I'm assuming that's because that whole side on that level is just patio? Is that why it's not counted?
Yes, that's correct. The patio area is not counted.
Because on the other side of the house, it is counted where it's above 4 feet going through the bathroom.
Correct.
I mean, the master bedroom.
Master bedroom.
Okay. And so remind me what's between the patio and the master bedroom, and I assume that was counted toward the square footage.
Yeah. Oh, all the patios were not counted.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Other questions?
Just for clarification about the patios, those are walled patios, walled except for one side? Is that what I'm?
They are a structure, and basically it's a structure with openings.
I'm going to ask. I have a question for staff. Based on what I think I heard you say, should I proceed with the public hearing?
Yes, you should, because we would like to hear the comments from the commission as well as the public. So if the project does need to be redesigned, the applicant can do that while the project is being recirculated, so we don't prolong the application process.
And is the applicant aware of the 30-day delay that you shared with us?
Yes.
All right, that's no surprise. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to be clear, if we were to have the public hearing and close the public hearing, and there were no significant changes made, and we probably ought to have Mr. Korb here, but I guess the question I have is, if somebody asks it to be reopened when it's set after the recirculation, I guess what I'm saying is, are we going to do 2 hearings rather than 1?
You will be doing 2 hearings.
The economy of that is what?
The economy.
Why are we doing it twice when we could do it once?
We could have continued the item from tonight's meeting, but we were concerned that the commission would have concerns with the rear elevation and would request some changes and modifications. And if there's any concerns from the public, we would like to know at this time. This application has been pending since 2001, and we were concerned that we didn't want this project to have the environmental document recirculated, wait another 30 days, and then come to a hearing and then be informed that the project needs to be redesigned.
Good. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we'll shortly call the applicant, who will have up to 5 minutes to speak. After any other public members speak, the applicant may have up to 3 minutes for rebuttal. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this matter after the applicant, please turn in a speaker card, and you will each have 3 minutes to speak. And I now call Mr. Rogers.
Hi, Jim Rogers, owner applicant. As Sandy said, I've been working on it since 2001, and I also am concerned about mass. It is a downslope lot. The home has been lowered. The roof lines have been lowered. It's a 3 and 12 roof. If you do it any less, it actually will leak. If you look at the front elevation from Oak Hill, the home is actually either below the road or sticks up maybe 2 feet. The only part of this home that actually sticks up above the road is the actual garage. The garage height is lowered to where the door is right here. You couldn't even drive a Suburban in. The roof line is 3 and 12. You could take this home and reduce it to 400 square feet, and you'd still have the exact same mass where those 3 windows are. That's the garage. The rest of the home to the right, looking at the picture, is virtually almost below the roadway. And if you look at the second page down below number 2, you can see what the home looks like from Oak Hill. It's virtually just a garage and roof line. There's absolutely no way to decrease the mass of the home because working with Fletcher, we steepen the driveway to the maximum allowable that engineering would allow and kept the roof line and plate the lowest we could get it and still get a car in the door. And so that point is set. The lot would be undeveloped even if I decreased it by 1 foot. You wouldn't get a car in the garage. So that picture there that I had done for my benefit actually hurts me. Because once the storage poles were put in, the person who did the computer imaging just basically cut the trees out and stuck the home on. So it looks like a lot of mass. When you go look at the storage poles, there's only a 10-foot section or 20-foot section of villa that you can actually see the home. You have to look between 2 homes, otherwise there's no vantage point. And if you look between the 2 homes, 156 and 160 Villa, where the driveway is, and you look up, you can't see the bottom of the home very well, and 3/4 of the home is completely engulfed in trees. It's behind trees. So now the portion that you can see is that outside left edge of the garage, about 1/3 to 50%, depending how, what color it is. And that is the one portion of the home that we mitigated. Originally, I had designed a 3-car garage, and with the help of the architectural review, Sandy, Fletch, everybody, we created it looks like just a parapet wall right now. And that's to make the mass of the garage only 20 feet wide, which is the minimum that you can do with the town, and then made it a carport on the other side. Now that reduced the mass. The problem is there's no off-street parking on the street. There's not a 1-foot shoulder. So you want to create enough parking off the street. So we created a 2-car garage and a 1-car carport, and then of course you could park 3 cars in front of that. And virtually you'll be parking down the street if you had a party. So I think we were very responsible with the architectural review to create some off-street parking, but yet limit the mass to a 2-car garage. And we steepen the driveway to the maximum slope, and Fletcher can speak to that. So as I mentioned before, and I have spoken to the neighbors, there was one neighbor, there's no neighbors to, if you're looking from the street, there's no neighbor to the left. The neighbors above are much higher. They're not impacted. I've spoken to one neighbor down below and one neighbor to the right. This really only affects 2 neighbors. The neighbor down below I went and met with, and we're going to mitigate it with some trees, and I've talked about them for the last couple of years. And then just the neighbor to the right or to the southeast or whatever said that they were happy the garage was on that side and thought maybe we could frost a window and put a solid fence. Well, I always had planned on putting a solid fence. And they don't really have any view windows looking that way. They look towards the bay. So virtually very little impact to anybody in the neighborhood. So I'll be surprised who is going to speak other than, I'm sure Mr. Davis will gripe about it. But I don't believe I'm a rapist, and I think I've done a responsible job with the staff. I've tried to make love to the hillside. And I put on stucco. The two homes below it and above it are stucco. And I did kind of a brown stucco, and I had somebody borrow the color rendering, and you'd see it looked pretty good with a kind of a golden brown terracotta look and all that. And I really don't care if the council or the planning commission had a preference on color or wood siding. I don't care. I did something I thought was the most aesthetically pleasing in the trees. It doesn't go above the ridge line or anything else. So I've considered everything, spoke to the neighbors, and I think it's very responsible. And that only piece of mass is stuck regardless if the home is 100 square feet or 5,000 square feet.
Thank you. Commissioner Telesforo will comment on your color scheme, I'm sure. Let's see if there's questions for the speaker. Commissioners? While you're at the mic, I have a question for Mr. Parsons, and it's a common man question. Is this whole thing safe? He's got a bridge going over a creek leading down with a 30-degree incline. The winter comes, it gets wet. There's going to be a car parked down on Villa that
There's
didn't
no
used to
creek
be.
underneath the bridge. The creek is at the very base of the property.
That's where I thought the car might go.
No, well, it's opposite side of the property.
Fletch, tell me
It's gone through a geologic peer review, and there's mitigations in to make it safe.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
All right. Other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Did you? I have one speaker card. And Mr. Rogers, if you would, when you have a moment, fill out a speaker card, please. I have a card from Melinda Peacock.
Hi, I'm Melinda Peacock at 156 Villa Avenue. So I live directly behind the property on 52 Oak Hill Way, and I know the builder. He built a real nice house. He built my house. So my concern is pretty much the same as what Sandy said, which is, the mass and the height from the front. The profile of the house is very low. From the back, I have a one-story house, and this is 3 stories up the hillside. It's quite big from my backyard. So to put it into perspective, it's kind of like being a 2-year-old and looking up at Michael Jordan. I mean, it's just really tall, and it's very wide between the driveway and the house and the decks and the patios. As Jim has said, he's talked to me about putting in some landscaping, and so my concern is how is the best way to screen this house so that when I'm in my living room and in my backyard, I don't feel like I'm hovering underneath a high-rise building. And there are some trees down near the creek, which if they remain will help, but I'm really looking to see what the Planning Commission is planning to do about the landscaping, and when I checked with Sandy today, that hadn't been finalized yet. So I guess at this point I'm putting in a request to know what that landscaping and screening will look like, to know whether I'm comfortable with this house that's going to be kind of descending upon our backyard.
See if there's questions for the speaker. No? All right. And I have no other speaker cards. So, Mr. Rogers, you have 3 minutes to rebut anything you heard.
I did email Melinda Peacock, and we had talked about this some time ago. I figured we were just going to get together and figure out some redwood trees to mitigate. Like I said, you only see the one, other than looking through the trees, it's just that garage portion. And I'd planned on, and I think I spoke to Melinda about it, they're doing redwoods or something that we just get together on, and also maybe some down on her property. And between the 2 screenings, if they want to make it as a plan, or I work with Melinda to actually draw these on the plan and come back with a species, I'd be more than happy to. Actually, I thought she would have called me before the meeting to actually, if she had a problem with it, to pinpoint them, but not a big deal to work on it during this notification period that we have to go through. What I'm looking for today is, I don't know how to solve the massing problem, if this is considered massing. With the tree coverage, if I don't know if you have it, Sandy, but I took some pictures of the story poles, and I lost them off my camera. Otherwise, I was going to have a print made, and I don't know if anybody remembers it, or I know I emailed them, Sandy. If you could disperse it, like I said, three-quarters of the house is covered in the trees. So other than, maybe Melinda's the only house that I think has any impact, and I would like to meet with her during this 30-day period and get some trees that grow 3 feet a year and mitigate that corner of the garage that would be, look massive to her property. Being on a downslope, I mean, just like the very first item on the agenda, even though they may be able to limit one story, I can't come down any more from the top, so I just fill in the bottom, and that's where I got my square footage. I have no options whatsoever except to help mitigate with plantings. So if the Planning Commission wants to give some direction, I know you can't take a final vote, but if you want to give me some direction, or I'm just going to go meet with Melinda and try and work that out, by actually looking on the property and staking it, you could give me that direction, and which I was going to do anyway. So.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Commissioner Telesfori.
Yes, I did visit the site, and I think I have a different take on it than you presented. And my take was that the house was quite visible to me from Villa. And even from the backyard, I'm trying to remember the trees that hid the story poles, and I really couldn't see very many.
Well, hopefully, Sandy, no, I was surprised because I was looking at the computer image that I had created, and they just chop out the trees, stick the house on it. So you just don't remember the trees blocking the front of the story poles?
No, I pretty much saw all the story poles from between the houses, from the right side of the house coming down. I could see it from Villa entering that area.
Well, I'm not saying that you...
But my question to you is this. Mm-hmm. The house, you see, the problem as I see it is that the back of the house becomes the front of the house. And it's dominant in the neighborhood. Plus, it's dominated by a lot of windows.
A lot of windows?
A lot of windows, large windows. I don't know, are those doors and windows?
It's actually, because it is a door-window combination, because the opposite side is retaining wall or walls into the, you have to get your light from the one side. Right. And because it faces north, you really don't have a lot of light. So,
right.
Yeah, it is.
And the guidelines in the Hillside Design Guideline book state that it's a good idea to minimize that, because although you might be able to plant trees can sometimes die, and the light that we're going to be impacting neighbors with could be, could certainly change the character of that area. So would you think you might have another solution for that? Is there a way to minimize that?
Are you just asking me to reduce the amount of glazing on the backside of the home? I mean, is that what I was trying to... I mean, I could, but it darkens the inside of that home. This faces north, so it's already dark. And if you look at the picture between now and the next meeting, or maybe if Sandy, you don't have it, I'll go. I didn't mean to say, if I implied that you could not see the home, it was so covered in the trees that you couldn't even figure out there was a house there, then I apologize for that statement. It's just it's screened. There's trees in front of it, and until the story poles went up, I didn't realize that it's not just a massive side of a home. It's in the trees, so it's mitigated. And there's trees above it and below it, and so it's not a hill, it's not a ridge line or anything like that. And I was surprised when I saw the story poles from below, and I went, oh, this is 2/3 of the home, 3/4 of the home is actually behind some screening, behind some oak trees.
I have another question for you. I have no idea what we're going to do with this tonight, but just to give us, we're not doing anything with it tonight, but just to give us more information, the materials that you use, it's stucco, correct?
I did a kind of a brown stucco, and it's that picture, but I will get the color picture on a board and bring it.
Would you object to changing and integrating a lot more stone and wood so that it becomes less dominant in its presence?
Well, I'm not opposed to anything on the outside that you think. I work with the architectural committee, and but I'm willing to, compromise on that.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And thank you all for speaking. I turn to the commission for discussion or a motion. Ask the commissioners for a show of hands for those able to visit the site, and ask that any disclosures necessary be put on record. Let us begin with Commissioner Bourgeois and move to his left.
I'm going to make a motion to continue this matter to a date certain to allow recirculation of the environmental documents with the following guidance. And this is a very difficult site. I understand the long process and the difficulties, but my recommendations are going to be that I concur with with the staff report, and that there is a concern with the mass on that back side. So I would like to see, when it comes back, working with staff to better blend with the wooded slope by the use of materials, either wood siding, stone, darker color, whatever you guys decide on, that there be some architectural elements as per the staff recommendations to soften the patio that resembles an open garage. I think staff had some good recommendations on that. And finally, to come back with a landscape plan as well. And I think you have a real opportunity with the riparian corridor at the bottom of your property to have a win-win-win. You've got a lot of tree impacts, so you're going to have a lot of tree mitigations. So you can actually enhance your riparian corridor, get your tree mitigation, and mitigate your neighbor's views all in one fell swoop. And I would recommend you kind of look at that opportunity and come back with a landscape plan. So that's my motion.
Is that a second?
Yes, with the following, that you would...
Let's take it from the top. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, I second the motion. Thank you. And that you would also, if the maker of the motion would consider this, consider overhangs so that the windows are not so much a part of the, but that they're recessed in somehow. I have no idea how you'll do that, but I think that's it.
We have a motion and a second. We have discussion.
Wait, was that second? She has to make her.
Well, I think we can all give input, and they can consider anything that any of the
Right.
commissioners say. I don't know that necessarily has to be part of the motion, but I think duly noted.
Good. Commissioner Jensen.
I'm not going to support the motion because in looking at the site and in reading the staff report and in reading Mr. Rogers' letter, I'm sure he didn't intend it this way, but it struck me as the strongest argument for why this site should not be developed, as he went through all of the various difficulties that he'd had in trying to figure out how to put a house on his property. It's a 36% average slope. There's a riparian habitat. There is a tree land habitat. 17 trees are proposed to be removed, which is a remarkable amount. It's a beautiful little slope hillside. The geotechnical review, I appreciate the comments that were made tonight, but in the staff report, it indicates that the development of the site, while feasible, is constrained by the presence of moderately expansive soils, steep slopes, undocumented fills, shallow groundwater seepage, and earthquake ground shaking, and will require a total of 1,010 cubic yards of cut and fill. And it just seems that there comes a point when we have to consider that a particular lot just isn't meant to have a house on it, and I think that this is one of them.
Other discussion. Commissioner Micciche. Commissioner Sayak, anything on landscaping?
Frankly, I know you're going to call the question, and I frankly don't know where I'm going to go on this. As I was reading the staff report, as Commissioner Jensen has said, I also felt that this was a case where, well, maybe a house shouldn't be built on it. But I do appreciate the applicant's hard work, the staff's work, and I do ultimately feel that if the staff on both sides, our engineering as well as planning, feel that a house is feasible, that I will follow their recommendations and go from there. I would like to see it come back with all the parameters that the fellow commissioners have said. And I'll go with that. I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
What Commissioner Jensen said was my first impression. There must be lots where you can't build anything. And this certainly looks like it could be one of them. On the other hand, I have not wrestled with the idea of what do you do with this lot. Somebody bought it, and people have a right to do something with their property. I'm not sure what is best used for this property. But if we forget that problem, I mean, it's a little bit like somebody brings us a very difficult lot and says, I've worked very hard to build it, and I think this person has. And I don't, other than the garage, which I understand the difficulty, I think you've done a wonderful job. But it's very difficult to get around the threshold question of why in the world did you buy the lot? And then we get to our question of why are we allowing somebody to build on it? It's almost like a sympathy factor. I think the house could be very nice, and I don't think it's going to hurt the neighborhood. I think the lot's terrible. And I don't know whether it's going to benefit Los Gatos to have a house there. Fortunately, we don't have to make a decision tonight, and I would support the motion.
Commissioner Telesforian.
And just to comment on, I appreciate Commissioner Jensen's remarks, because I also was concerned with the report that we're recirculating. But that, in fact, is why I would support this motion, so that it will come back, and let's see what the results are from our comments. It's in no way reflective of what the final vote would be, though. Thank you.
Commissioner Jensen.
I just wanted to clarify that my position, while unchanged, is certainly not representative of what the town thinks, and there may be something that can be built on that lot. It's my conclusion from reading the reports that maybe that's not feasible. And before it comes back to us, if it does come back to us as a continuing matter, at least be my request, if it's supported by the maker of the motion, to have Mr. Corr perhaps give us some kind of information about what our options are with respect to this kind of lot and what could be built and what can't be built.
No comment.
I'll deal with it in time if the motion.
All right. Other discussion? Excuse me. To the maker of the motion, you willing to include that?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Second?
Yes.
All right. Other discussion? Commissioner Jensen.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that I don't want Mr. Corr to give us a report tonight. I was just hoping perhaps there could be something included with our next staff report if in fact it's continued, just to give us some background on what our options are.
Good, thank you. I'm going to call the question up. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Do we need to look to staff for an actual date before we, so I can include that in the motion?
Thank you.
Since the changes are going to be minor, we can continue it to September 24th.
So I'd like to make that part of my motion.
Good day, sir.
Seconded?
Yes.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No, for the reasons indicated.
We support the motion, 6-1. Mr. Corr, comment?
The matter has been continued to September 24th. There will be no further notice.
And we are going to take a 10-minute break. Be right back. hearing tonight is item 3 on the agenda, Kennedy Road at Foster Road. This is an architecture and site application, S0855, requesting architecture and site approval for new residence, pool, tennis court, and accessory structures within an approved plan development on property zoned HR 2.5 PD. This is APNS 537-29-007 and 008. Property owner is Acorn Trust, and the applicant is Rob DeSantis. Ms. Bailey, do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do, and Ms. Davis will be giving the presentation.
Ms. Davis?
Thank you. This is a 13.7-acre property located on Kennedy Road, just south of Forester Road. The commission saw this previously twice, once with a planning study session and then for a subsequent meeting prior to going to town council for consideration of the plan development. The council did approve the plan development on May 5th when the ordinance was introduced, and then the ordinance got adopted on May 19th. Environmental review was completed as part of the PD process, and no further analysis is required as part of the ANS approval. In approving the plan development, 4 exceptions were made to the hillside development standards and guidelines. One was that the main residence was allowed to exceed the allowable floor area. The next was a portion of the house exceeds the 25-foot height dictated by the hillside development standards and guidelines. One is allowing development outside the LRDA, and then the custom fills exceed the allowable depths. The architecture and site approval is for the new residence with an attached garage and guest quarters, and accessory buildings that include an art studio, cabana, tennis pavilion, and gatehouse. There's also a pond, a pool, and a tennis court. The locations, heights, and floor area have been established by the plan development. The main residence has been reduced to 8650 square feet, and the total floor area for the project is 13,376 square feet, where 14,700 is allowed by the PD. The only fencing proposed under this application is a wrought iron fence around the pool area. The perimeter fencing on the property was shown on the PD. The landscape plan provides locations of ornamental planting and turf, also shows transitional planting areas and then areas that are going to be remaining in a natural hillside state. A good portion of this property is going to be placed into an open space easement, so it will be preserved in a natural state. It's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 acres. We don't have the exact parameters of that yet. That's something that still needs to be looked at and defined. But that is required by the PD ordinance. We already have it conditioned. The applicant is committed to building a green project. A green point checklist was completed, and the project scored 280 points. They need 50 points to be certified as green. We do have rough grading plans that were included in your plan set. That isn't part of this application. The grading permit is being handled as a separate submittal, but we did give you the grading plans for informational purposes. Staff has determined that the project is compliant with the hillside development standards and guidelines, other than the exceptions already approved by the town council, and it is consistent with the plan development ordinance. We're available if you have any questions.
Before we turn to questions for staff commissioners, I want to ask our town council, Ori Korb, to comment and try to define for us what the mission is tonight. Mr. Korb?
I understand the request is to define, to the extent that I can, the scope of the commission's discretion in considering this application tonight. And it's very clear, judging by the size of the audience, that there are a number of people who want to speak to the project. But first, I must remind the commission and the audience that this is not the PD that was approved by council. This is a subsequent application for architecture and site approval of a house which is permitted by that application which was approved by the town council. Now, as you see in the report, the commission is required to make findings regarding compliance of the house as proposed in this application with the hillside development standards and guidelines. But I do want to remind the commission that to the extent that the commission has any concerns about whether the project complies with the hillside guidelines, and many of you had concerns because many of you supported a motion to recommend to the council to deny the PD application on this project, in part because of the issue of compliance with the hillside guidelines. That issue has been resolved by the council. The council has decided, with the exceptions made, that the project complies with the hillside guidelines, and the commission is obligated to defer to that decision, whether you agree with it or not. That is, in effect, the law for the town at this point in time. Many of you know that decision has been challenged, but pending any decision from a court, the council's decision stands, and you are obligated to follow it. So in effect, you are deciding the architecture and site application under the hillside guidelines as interpreted and applied by council. If you see anything in this application that raises issues about the hillside guidelines separate and apart from what was discussed and approved by council, of course those issues are relevant. They may be very narrow, but they would be relevant. And with that, I'll be happy to entertain any additional questions that the commission may have.
Do we have questions for Ms. Davis or Mr. Corr? Commissioner Machici.
On the desk item, there's a letter from the attorneys representing the applicant stating there may be some conflict. Would you want to comment on that letter, on what we may say to that, or?
You're not obligated to say anything. The issue that is raised by the letter is a concern about whether any member of the commission, all of you, as you know, are sitting as judges in a quasi-judicial proceeding, a lot of Latin, but effectively you are judges and you must be reasonably unbiased in your decision-making process. And the letter raises a question about whether any commissioners may have attended a meeting and thus participated in a discussion that raises a question about whether you may have pre-decided this issue effectively by opposing the project. I've had a chance to talk to a few commissioners, and it doesn't appear to me as though there is an issue, but if any commissioner wishes to address the question, you're free to do so. If you want to place something on the record, you're free to do so. I'm not advising that you must do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to follow up with Mr. Korb on his previous comments. To approve the architecture and site application, this body still needs to find that the project is consistent with the hillside design standards and guidelines. Now, I'm having trouble making the distinction between, what was approved in the PD. I mean, you said there may be some minor distinctions, but we still need to make that finding apart from the 4 exceptions. Is that the case?
Well, the council has effectively dictated how those findings would be made. They have said that the project can be approved with the exceptions as compliant with the hillside guidelines. And remember that the council's decision relies on the fact that the hillside guidelines provide the opportunity for exceptions. They determine that the exceptions can be made, so they determine that the project is in compliance with the hillside guidelines. That's the decision that you have to defer to. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have to agree with their logic and their reasoning, but you have to agree with their decision. In other words, you have to defer to that decision.
I guess that begs the question, why are we here? I mean,
excuse me. Somebody from the audience yelled out, and I think that's a disruption of the meeting. Mr. Chair?
The issue is sensitive, and we need your cooperation to try and get through this. What Ori's trying to do is to divine for you tonight that we have a very narrow corridor. We're not retrying the case. We're looking at it as an A&S. Town council has said it complies with the hillside standards and guidelines. Whether we did or didn't, that's not coming before us again. We're simply going to look at the project as approved by council from an A&S standpoint. We don't like a turret, we don't like a color, we don't like a frog. We'll do what A&S usually does. It's a very narrow corridor. So So with that stipulation, I think, actually, Ms. Davis may have said it earlier, we can look at hillside standards and guidelines as given to us to look at them by council. Council's made the 4 exceptions that some of us may have had problems with. That's a done deal. Now we're stuck with the fact that that's a moot point. So if we have other hillside issues or A&S issues, that's all that's in front of us tonight.
And I think the chairman has effectively answered your question. I will remind the commission that when PDs have gone to council, whether the commission recommended up or down on those particular applications, oftentimes the commission expressed a concern about seeing any subsequent architecture and site applications that may be made based on the approval of a PD, and the council agreed, and in this case directed that this architecture and site application come back to the Planning Commission rather than to DRC. So that's one of the reasons why you have it.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Telesfori.
Yes, I'm wondering if Mr. Korb or perhaps the chairman could let us know then, under architecture and site, what we actually will be looking at, color, materials, what's the rest of the list, so that we're all clear about that?
Design.
Design,
Architecture.
okay.
Site.
That's
Site
it?
and
Okay.
architecture.
All right.
What we normally do under A&S, what you normally do.
All right.
Color, materials.
Yeah,
I thought it might help. I
just.
thought it might help the audience.
Sure, and let me remind the commission and the audience, when the PD was approved, the PD was very specific about where the buildings go and how high the buildings can go, and those types of envelope issues are resolved. But now you're looking very specifically at the proposed architecture for the structure.
Structures.
Structures. Commissioner Jensen.
I'm sorry if I'm belaboring the point that's been made, but I just want to be clear. On the findings that are attached to the ordinance or the PD that the town council approved, as I read it, looks like the town council's already made the findings that there's no environmental impact, so they've made the negative declaration for the and they've made the finding that it project fits within the hillside design guidelines, with the exceptions that were specifically approved in the PD. Is that correct? So those findings are done.
Those findings are done with regard to the PD, but they're effectively the same findings that would be required for the A&S, though, again, I defer to the commission. You may have some other issues. I don't know what they may be.
Okay. Right. I'm just trying to be clear in that for the purpose of the A&S, and we have to do the negative declaration, et cetera, that's already been done by the town council, correct?
Correct. However, you are still in the context of any land use application required to make the general findings regarding compliance with all of your standards and requirements, general plan compliance, and so on. In this case, your hillside guidelines are one of the rules that you have to find this application in compliance with if you're going to approve it. And to the extent that the commission would have any difficulty making that finding based on the issues that were raised previously when you looked at the PD, those issues have been resolved.
Thank you.
Other questions? Now, Mr. Korb, I'm going to belabor this point on Mr. Faber's letter. Is it necessary for any of the commissioners to respond to this letter?
He said no.
I'm going to do it again.
It is not. You have the choice whether you do so or not. You're not required to recuse yourself from involvement in an application if you are not biased in having made the decision. Somebody can raise a question about bias, but if you are not biased and you're not required to recuse yourself, you're not required to comment on it. You may wish to do so and place something in the record, but you're not required to.
Commissioners are required to essentially have the impartiality of judges and are expected to recuse themselves if there's an appearance of impartiality. With respect to bias, my vote's on the record. So are 6 of the commissioners here. That vote by itself doesn't constitute bias, does it?
No. No. you're required to review applications and to render your opinion about applications, and that was the commission's opinion regarding the PD. The PD has been approved, whether you agree with it or not. Now, unless you feel that there's no way that you can hear this architecture and site application based on your prior decision, and I can't say that you're biased, and I don't believe that you can, based on the mere fact that you heard an application before and didn't agree with it, or didn't approve it.
Okay, fine. Other questions? All right. I will now open the public hearing and will shortly call the applicant, who will have up to 5 minutes to speak. After any other public members speak, the applicant may have 3 minutes to rebut, and I may give some additional time given the apparent quantity of public hearing speakers. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this matter after the applicant, please turn in a speaker card. You will each have 3 minutes to speak. And I now call the applicant, Mr. DeSantis.
Good evening, Chair and Commission members. My name is Rob DeSantis. I and my family have been residents of Los Gatos for over 16 years. We love the town. Our children go to school here, and we support several local organizations such as Los Gatos Education Foundation and others. As you know, we began developing our long-term family home over 4 years ago, working collaboratively with the town and neighbors. In May, with unprecedented detail, controls, and my forfeiture of future development rights, the Town Council approved the PD for my project with reductions in home size and grading as they had requested. The architectural design for the PD was very detailed, and the town's consulting architect said the project was well designed. Tonight, I'm here seeking approval for my ANS application. The application is designed in a manner specifically and explicitly consistent with the PD. The site, architectural style, and design has not changed from the approved PD. The house size now matches the size of the PD. The town's consultant architect has reviewed the application and found the design consistent. Besides being environmentally sensitive to the site, we have also designed the home to be a national model for sustainability and green building. Our goal is 100% solar electricity, as well as energy savings through geothermal and other technologies where feasible. We have committed to exceeding Title 24 requirements and the new Greenpoint rated system that has been recently adopted by the Santa Clara County cities for Build It Green for sustainable construction. We hope when all is done that this home is one of the most green, sustainable, and model homes in the country, and something the town can be very proud of. As you know, a group called the Friends of the Hillside have filed a CEQA lawsuit against the town, me, and my home. I am confident that the town and my family will collectively prevail. It has come to my attention that some planning commissioners may have spoken to members of the public or my opposition regarding my project, attended meetings with Friends of the Hillside, and possibly contributed financially towards the CEQA lawsuit. In the spirit and interests of open government, transparency, and full disclosure, I ask that prior to proceeding, if appropriate, each commission member make a public statement and maybe address who have you spoken to about my project or suit, disclose whether you've attended any Friends of the Hillside meetings or meetings about my project, have you contributed to funds to the Friends of the Hillside or the suit, and if so, simply ask that you recuse yourself if you feel there is a conflict or appearance of a conflict of interest. In closing, I respectfully request that you act tonight on my application and approve my ANS application as proposed. Please feel free to ask me or my team any questions, and we will answer any questions we can for you. Thank you very much.
I think rather than ask the commissioners what they may have done, Mr. DeSantis, are you concerned about any one of us individually?
No, sir.
then absent a suspicion, I don't know. So I'll ask the question. Do any commissioners feel they need to recuse themselves? Nor do I, and I'm going to go with that. Has anyone contributed money to this question? I suppose that's important. Anyone? Nor I. I think we'll end it there. Is that all right with you?
It's fine with me.
Good. Questions for the speaker? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis. I'm just curious, has anything changed since the PD?
Just the home size, but regarding architectural style and site and anything that fit inside the ANS application, no, nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Talasfore.
Yeah, this is in relationship, thank you for your presentation. This is in relationship to the materials?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm referring to Exhibit 8.
Okay.
Okay, it's a picture of all the materials. And is this correct that these are the materials you will be using on the?
Those are representative materials.
Okay. There's two places here. You are very proud of the fact, and we're happy to see you do this, that you are or will become a national model in green building strategies, I think is how you put that. We appreciate that. So I'm curious then, as Exhibit 8, for your, the art studio is going to be using a copper roof, and also the gutters, vents, and flashings might be copper or copper-colored metal gutters and downspouts. And actually, in our residential design guidelines, it says to avoid that metal. So my question to you is, would there be another choice for you?
I think the answer to the question, I'll take one part, and then William, you can take the other if you feel so necessary. What we have shown you are representative materials of the project. Working out the detail, moving to the next phase of the detailed designs of the project, flush out the exact materials that would be appropriate for the architectural design and feeling. Whether it ended up being copper or lead-coated copper or zinc, but it would be an appropriate material that would fit the design and the architectural character of the building.
Okay, well, I think it was also in a letter from Mr. Landry, but I can't put my hands on it right now. Okay. All right, just knowing that, we may, or I may take exception to that.
Is it
using copper?
Is it against the law to use copper?
Well, it's not against the law.
Okay,
But it's,
just to ask.
Yeah, it's something that I'm surprised would be considered a green material. But maybe
Actually, I would maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to challenge that you are a green expert or aren't a green expert.
I'm going to ask.
But I can say that my team of experts are working on it, and we believe very strongly, as the Green Point rated system indicated, that the minimum requirements to be considered a very green structure is 50 points, and our initial preliminary study showed that we could be upwards of 280.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. DeSantis, I just wanted to follow up on that. It's not against the law to use copper. It's just strongly discouraged because it does have significant environmental consequences. And I'd be happy to share any of the publications that show that to any of your team members. But I think the question, if I may interpret it, is that it's something we discourage. If it's something that you would like to claim as being green, then it's advisable that you switch to an alternate material.
So my philosophy from over the past 4 years has to been an open, collaborative environment between the town, my neighbors, and our design goals. And assuming we're not, for lack of better, we're not sacrificing architectural quality, and we are well above the green standards, I would be happy to consider any idea. So I welcome the idea. Thank you.
Other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is call off two names in a row. For example, Dick Conrad will be our first speaker, but what I'd like is for David Weissman to be available right behind Mr. Conrad, and then the next speaker to be right behind Mr. Weissman, Dr. Weissman. Dick Conrad.
The plans call for a well to provide water for the property. The Planning Commission should require that a hydrology study and an environmental assessment be conducted first to see what the potential effect of such a well could be on the area's water table. Water tables are not unlimited, especially during periods of drought, and draining them can have unforeseen effects on other areas within the hillside and nearby Ross Creek, and how much water can be safely removed. This is really a tragedy of the commons. Additionally, page 75, Appendix B of the Hillside Standards and under Green Building Strategy says, design and install water-efficient landscaping and irrigation. Since Mr. DeSantos touts his project to be green, he should be required to maximize water efficiency. That is, no land area, no planted vegetation that requires summer watering, no waterfalls, etc. I recommend that the Planning Commission do a hydrology study. On a more emotional note, in terms of our town's effort towards sustainability, I find this almost a mockery, because sustainability is really a question of our personal consumption as individuals. And the politicians can flail their arms. Personal consumption is what drives our sustainability. And there is no way, with all the green standards that are complying, that this does not represent conspicuous consumption.
Please, Mr. Davis. Dr. Weissman, followed by Mr. Green.
The plans before you show a continuous wildlife permeable perimeter fence. First off, wildlife permeable can be in the eyes of the beholder, and I have already had discussions with staff regarding what I considered inadequate permeability on other projects. Second, since much of the property is to remain as open space, why have any fence at all in these areas? May I quote from page 43 of the Hillside Standards? Quote, fences shall not be allowed in areas that would impede the movement of wildlife, end quote. Some wildlife may avoid an area with human objects even if they can pass. Let's just eliminate these fences since there's no need for them. I also suggest that the Planning Commission require any fences added after construction anywhere on the property and not shown on the present plans be required to be animal friendly. At present, this is a loophole in present town policy. Landscaping. The Hillside Standards are very specific as to landscaping standards. I suggest that these requirements be incorporated into the official conditions of approval and documented as completed before an occupancy permit is issued. Specifically, standards 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on page 51 of the Hillside Standards. I will specifically point to standard 5 that says, and I quote, irrigation shall be designed to conserve water, end quote. I may have missed this on the plans, but I see nothing about drip irrigation systems. Just because Mr. DeSantis wants to drill a well doesn't mean he should have access to as much water as he can pump.
Thank you. Mr. Green, followed by Yolanda Drigger.
I'm David Green. I live in Los Gatos and have done for almost 40 years. I think there's hypocrisy here to turn around and say that this is a green project. It's a green building. That's very different than a green project. 140 trees, mature trees, many decades of age are being taken away. Each one of those is equivalent to removing the carbon reduction process that's in this area. If you really are going to do an assessment, it should take into account the fact that these 140 trees are going to be replaced by possibly twigs in 15-gallon cans. And if you think I'm joking, it's happened. It happened on a property that was built behind us, where they were given permission to take out 10 trees. They actually took out 20 trees and replaced them with, a minor exception, with 15-gallon trees. This is not satisfactory. And on a personal level, I think it's insulting to turn around to the council.
Mr. Green, you need to address your comments to the commission, please.
I will address the commission. I would like to apologize for the comments that were made after the attorney had already asked each of you in turn if you were unbiased, and you answered yes. And to question that, I think, is very insulting. I would like to apologize on my behalf that that happened. Thank you.
Yolanda Dreger, followed by Bernadette Chadwick.
My name's Yolanda Dreger. Thank you for this opportunity to share my deep concerns with the development of our hillsides. I have lived with these hills my entire life. They have been my view growing up, and now my home on the hill just above downtown. I know very well the damages our hills can present if not developed responsibly. Landslides. When fill and grading extensively, ultimately you have landslides, and I can show you in another photo. Drainage. When changing the natural landmass, you change the unseen, undetected water drainage course underground. I've experienced that. Fire. Always a major concern on the hillsides. Just this last week, a fire on Cypress just below my home. It could have been disastrous. Each of these concerns is addressed in your hillside plan. It is a responsible plan from the hills that it is a responsible plan. Each of these major issues have been addressed. If approved, this development will send a message to the county that extensive grading and fill is okay, and huge sized houses are fine with Los Gatos. The county in the past has looked to Los Gatos as a guide to how to develop our hillsides. If you see this picture here, this is just behind this building and just below my house. This picture shows 30-plus acres being subdivided currently. It was originally approved for one house. The developer is going for 12 lots with septic tank systems, which can be a big problem for those on Loma Alta, Johnson, and Spring Street. The development will change our view above this building and the town forever. The three council members that have chosen to ignore the hillside plan put together by responsible community volunteers and the original decision of the Planning Commission not to approve this development and the irresponsibility of a planning department that it would even allow it to go forward, have violated my trust.
Thank you very much.
Just say no. Thank you.
Bernadette Chadwick, followed by Robert Dalziel.
My name is Bernadette Chadwick. I live at 220 Wooded View Drive, and I would have been at meetings before this, but I was not aware of this development. We live across the valley of Kennedy Estates on the other side, so we have a view from our living room and our driveway of this beautiful ridge across. My husband and I, this is what we would have said, would have liked to voice concern that there were no story poles. We knew there was nothing going on that ridge over there. And we were concerned. A neighbor came to us and told us about it only a few weeks ago. Since when can a project be approved without story poles? Every other residential project in Los Gatos that we know of had them. The community development policy contains the following statement relative to story poles. Quote, "The community development director shall only approve a waiver of the story pole requirement if exceptional circumstances exist." What were the exceptional circumstances? We couldn't see that anything was going on over there, so we had no way of knowing that across from our house, this huge thing was going to be built. We haven't heard of any except the following statement in the Planning Commission staff report, quote, "The town council determined that story poles were not required in the PD process." Why did the town council do this? We don't know. Could it be that they are trying to avoid the outcry that would have resulted from all the neighborhoods on Wooded View Drive that would have been there if they had been erected? No one knew that this was going to happen. Story poles are necessary, as you see in number 1 over there. That's all you talked about, to notify people that there is something going on. We didn't find out until someone told us, one of the neighbors down the road. If the project goes ahead, we'll see the whole thing. Story poles are essential. A project cannot be objectively evaluated by the neighbors, and I think that this is not right. The amount of grading allowed is also outrageous. The approved project includes a flat pad that is approximately 125 feet square, with a maximum cut of 27 feet from the existing garage floor. The hillside plan allows only 8 feet. We're going to see all of this across from our house. Much of the dirt and rock excavated from the pad is to be used to fill the tennis court 16 feet deep. The hillside plan only calls for 3. All of our neighbors on the top of Wooded View have gone through this process. They have gone to the town council, but nobody gave them permission. They all downsized their houses, all 4 houses that we have been involved in. I wonder why one person gets permission to do this and all the other people in town do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Dalziel, followed by Susie Imrie. You are correct, sir. Commissioner Thank you. Susie Imrie, followed by Richard Whitaker.
My name is Steve Emery. I'm speaking for my wife Susie and I. We live at 16706 Cypress in Los Gatos. We're bringing a personal story. In 2002, the Planning Commission and the Town Council rejected a project proposed by one of our neighbors. In 2005, they began what was supposed to be a 6-month landscaping project, which ended up still going on. We're going into our 4th year now. Our concern has to do with the roads. Because of the amount of concrete and the construction trucks that went in, they've destroyed our shared common road, and we have no reassurance that that road is going to be repaired. Our concern here is the use of Kennedy Road to remove the amount of fill that or the amount of cut that they're taking out, because that's a busy road. It will impact all the neighbors. It will impact the children riding their bicycles on Los Gatos Boulevard, and we're concerned that we, the taxpayer, are going to be left with the cost of repairing this road after the heavy traffic. We have no quarrel with individuals being able to do the things that they wish, except when it impacts the whole community and the wishes of the individual override the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Whitaker, followed by Sandy Decker.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Richard Norman Whitaker. You can call me Dick, class of 57, Los Gatos High School. Been here since 1945, and it's starting to feel like Santana Row around here, honestly. You know, it just is getting out of hand, I think. But to get back to the subject, I wanted to thank you for voting 5-0 against the Dermer building, which is another hillside removal program, and which got overridden by City Council, with the exception of Mayor Spector. That development caused us on Pleasant View Avenue to get a little more proactive, and so we're joining hands with the Friends of the Hillside and speaking up because my back property line is the city of Los Gatos city limits. So anything that goes on, I can see immediately below me and out to the mountains. And it's getting quite reflective up there in the afternoon with all of the windows and the glass, which is tinted, reflects back into my eyes, and also the air conditioners, which run on the adjoining industrial buildings that have been allowed to encroach right up against a residential neighborhood, which is not being really ecologically friendly to the already existing homeowners, small that we are. But we're getting bigger, and you'll probably hear more from us later. But basically, I just feel that some of these projects are way, way out of hand. I don't know how much dirt is really coming out of here, but if what I've heard is true, there may be less than 2.5 acres left on the mountain. And so then he would, or the applicants would be undersized there possibly. I don't know that to be a fact. I'm not an engineer. But one of our members who isn't here tonight because he has a real job and he's working late, is an engineer, and you've used his statistics before and his information before to make decisions that were favorable to the city. And all I would like to have go on record is that you be a little more, or at least be aware of what's going on in the neighborhood, and it's much, much larger than it should be, it sounds like. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Decker, followed by Rosemary Green.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. You are seeing this project tonight only because Mayor Spector, realizing that the project was going to bypass you and go to staff at DRC, requested the night that this project was approved that it be sent to you because, and I quote, "Given the fact that this project is so large and that this appears to be a new direction that this town is taking, and that the environmental documents that are in our folders are referred to our site and architecture, including town procedure issues, I would definitely want this to go to Planning Commission as opposed to DRC." Do you know what this means? This means this project is in your hands. There are specific findings you have to make tonight. You do not repeat the findings of the town council. You must find that this project is consistent with the hillside design standards and guidelines. The 4 exceptions are 4 exceptions, but in the second chapter of the guidelines, 22 of the 29 guidelines are not met by this project. This project is 15,000 square feet. It is 100% larger than any home in the area, and that's in your staff report. It's 200% larger than the 6,000 allowed by the guidelines. There are 22,000 cubic yards of cut and 14,000 cubic yards of fill done to this site. That will require 1,000 trucks, by the way, loads of off-haul to our landfill down Kennedy. And this is green? How can you possibly make a finding that this was the intent of all the people in this community who worked so hard to write these standards? Keep in mind, only 3 council members voted this project and the exception. The other 2 council members represented the community and upheld the standards and voted against this project. You simply are not equipped to let this project go forward. The reports, the impact studies for this project are inadequate. To let this massive project go forward without a total environmental impact review is a crime against this town. Number 4 in your PD ordinance tonight states, all conditions included in PD 2162 shall be complied with unless modified by the conditions contained herein. That means that this project is still being changed by the applicant, and therefore you have a right to make rulings or continue for pertinent information. Before irrevocable damage is done, I only hope that you will use your charter to deny this again as you originally did. Thank you.
Rosemary Green, followed by Jack Farion. Sorry, Jack.
Good evening, Commissioners, and good evening, fellow Los Gatos citizens. I've lived in Los Gatos. My name is Rosemary Green, and I've lived in Los Gatos for over 35 years, and I'm married to David Green. And I've heard a lot of facts and figures tonight and over the months about this project, so I won't repeat them here. But I have to say that I have grave concerns about the trend that I see of the leadership of this town granting projects with lots of exceptions that do not follow our own hillside guidelines and standards. In considering all of the rhetoric that's gone on about this and other projects, it seems to me that the good news is that Los Gatos has clear standards and guidelines to protect our hillsides. The bad news is we don't seem to be following them consistently, fairly, and fully for every single project. For me, this issue goes far beyond just protecting my personal concern for preserving the beauty of my town and my hillsides for myself, my children, and for everyone else. I believe that when you ignore the rules that were written and accepted by the people in this town, for the people in this town, you undermine the most fundamental values and beliefs that this country was built on, and that's equality for all. We have laws and rules that help us understand the limits of our freedom. We do not have license to do whatever we please just because we can, because we have the power, the influence, or whatever, to make exceptions to those. We have leaders, yourselves, to make sure that we're all fairly and equally abiding by our own rules and guidelines, in this case, the hillside guidelines. And I respect Mr. DeSantis' wish and his efforts to build a beautiful family home in this gorgeous town. We all love this town. That's why we're here. However, I expect him and I expect you, all of you, elected officials of our town, to make sure that this project follows all of the existing rules and guidelines without exception. I personally want to live in a town where I can trust that everybody, citizens and leaders alike, accept their responsibility to abide by the guidelines that we have in place. At this moment, this doesn't seem to be happening here. I hope that your future decisions on this and other projects like this will show a closer and more precise adherence to the hillside guidelines that we already have. Please follow the rules. Thank you.
Jack, followed by Peter Donnelly. Sir, how do I do your last name?
Jack Farone, next door neighbor right across the street from Kennedy. I am probably the only guy that's going to see this project. It's straight out our kitchen window. I support it. Of all the things that could happen to that hill, Rob has thoughtfully sited his house. It's not the biggest house in the neighborhood, but there's 2 or 3 within a stone's throw that are quite a bit bigger. It's smaller than Al Gore's house. It's a green project. Let him do it.
Thank you. Peter Donnelly, followed by I Will Sing.
Peter Donnelly, 16412 Peacock Lane, Los Gatos. As you all know, I spoke earlier this evening regarding the Town Council's decision to approve the planned development for the DeSantis project. Based on any objective set of measures, this approval shouldn't have happened. This group can't do anything about that decision, regardless of its merits. However, given this project is now back in front of the Planning Commission for architectural and site review tonight, I would ask that the Commission members stick to their guns and maintain their responsibility to enforce the hillside standards and guidelines and the process in place to ensure appropriate decisions are made, and not to be bullied by a town council that's clearly lost the plot. It's your turn to do the right thing and enforce the rules this body is required to operate under. You should not be part of establishing a two-party system with rules for one group and special rules for those that insist on getting their own way. In regards to the last speaker's comment about size comparability, I was always told when I was looking at my development, past decisions were not a precedent for new decisions. So just because somebody else got that in the past, it doesn't make it right that new development should be allowed in the same way. So follow the rules, be consistent with everybody that's in front of this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, followed by Florence Smith.
Good evening. My name is Anil Singh. I live at 204 Forester Road, Los Gatos. My lot borders the lot that you're talking about. I struggled with this when it first came out to find out if that house really matched our neighborhood. It does, for 4 reasons. I've taken it down to 4 reasons, so I won't bore you with the rest of them. Number one, it's greener than green. Matter of fact, it's dark green. He's putting aside acreage for open space, which I think is a wonderful thing. That hill is not a virgin hillside. It's being worked before. And my main concern is, if we don't allow him to put this house on one house for one family, we're going to end up with more houses and more families, and we're going to have what we have at the Kennedy Meadows, box houses on a small piece of land. Thank you.
Florence Smith, followed by Leonard Pacheco.
Thank you for letting me address this issue. I've lived here for 43 years. My name is Florence Smith, and I love Los Gatos and its hillsides very, very much. Council members made a promise to the DeSanti project, which they carried out. And it is unfair to tell someone to do something and then when they do it, still turn them down. But my deep concern is setting this new precedent, which doesn't follow the hillside guidelines and standards, opens future developers to look at this DeSantini development and have a legal argument to ignore established standards and demand the same lenience. It already leaves our Los Gatos resident, Peter Donnelly, with his 15 acres to call shots when his turn comes around to sell his property or develop it. And so I once again thank you very much for letting me express myself on this subject, because it means a great deal to me and many others.
Thank you. Leonard Pacheco, followed by Paul Quintana.
Good evening. Leonard Pacheco, Hernandez Avenue, Los Gatos. I supported the Commission's unanimous decision to deny this application when it came before you. I also expressed my deep disappointment to the Council for their 3-2 vote supporting the development. I now encourage you to condition this A&S application to the extent possible by requiring either a major redesign of the structures and landscape to lessen the environmental impact on our hills and on the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Quintana, followed by Lee Quintana.
My name is Paul Quintana. I live at 5 Palm Avenue. And Mr. Chairperson, I would like to second the applicant's question about bias. I assume he also meant if anybody was positively biased toward this project, that they recluse themselves. And I would like you to query the members if they have any positive bias, not just negative biases either way, that they be recluse themselves from voting.
I don't think I will, Doctor.
Okay. Then I would like to remind the Planning Commission of the statement by the in front of the Town Council by the applicant that he could have complied with the standards of the hillsides if he had wanted to. Tonight he's here asking again for another blank check. I do not think this should be awarded to him. And again, I'd like to make a comment about the screen issue. Heaven help us if this project with its extreme abuse of the environment is an example of a green building and its sustainability. many Los Gatos citizens who have, like myself, and long-term voting citizens, have absolutely lost all faith in the planning department and in its director. I urge the Planning Commission to look with extreme skepticism of any recommendations that are coming out of the planning department or its directorship. I firmly believe that their interest is no longer lying with the town and its wealth, what is in the best interest of the town and its citizen, but lies strictly with what is best for the applicant. I honestly do not know who they work for. Thank you.
Lee Quintana, followed by Rick Ardizone.
Just saying hi to my husband there. I'm Lee Quintana. I live at 5 Palm Avenue. I'm going to speak to CEQA. The fundamental purpose of CEQA is to inform the public and its responsible officials of the environmental consequences of a project before their decision is made. The environmental process protects not only the environment, but informed self-government. The staff report states that no further environmental analysis is required. We assert that this is not the case. The ND initial study is improper and contrary to the requirements and basic policies of CEQA. Additional review is necessary. The impact analysis is incomplete. Glaring deficiencies are the lack of site-specific analysis of biological resources, lack of story poles for visual analysis, and absence of consistency with the town's land use policies and regulations. Under CEQA, one of the key issues in determining whether a project may have a significant impact on the environment is determining whether the application is consistent with the land use plans, policies, and regulations for the purposes put in place for the purposes of avoiding or mitigating environmental effect. The town adopted the hillside standards for the purpose of protecting the natural environment from unconstrained hillside development, yet consistency with the hillside standards was not addressed within the initial study or negative declaration. In addition, the formulation of mitigation and some analysis of impacts were deferred. Based on evidence in the record, CEQA's fair argument threshold has been met and can require an EIR. The project changes and mitigations were not incorporated or agreed to prior to the circulation of the negative declaration for public review. The project is a moving target, and it's still evolving. As Sandy Decker explained, conditions of the PD ordinance that were deferred analysis or mitigation to the ANS review are now being deferred yet again to the construction phase of the drawing phase of the, or before the issuance of an occupancy permit. I suggest that the condition 4 also allows you to make additional conditions. But how can you make the finding that this project is consistent with the ordinance if changes are being made to the ordinance through the resolution for the ANS? A key issue to be determined by the Planning Commission is whether or not the proposed project meets or exceeds the objectives and requirements of the hillside standards. The staff and council only addressed 4 exceptions. There are many more standards that the project does not meet and that have not been addressed. Please do not make an irrevocable action to approve. Please find that the project is not consistent with the hillside standards and guidelines and objectives, and can
Thank you.
Finish my sentence?
Finish that sentence.
And the findings that the council made were to the hillside specific plan, not to the hillside standards.
Thank you. We have a question. Commissioner Michichi.
This is the second time I've heard that 22 out of 29 have not been reached. Could you elaborate on that? What are these? What are those?
If you want me to, I could pull out the hillside standards, but basically they are the standards and guidelines that are contained in the chapter that is for the selection of a building site and the selection of the site planning that minimizes the impacts on the environment.
Does that apply when there's a PD?
That applies even more when there's a PD.
I'll ask staff later on.
Why don't you ask them now?
Staff, can you confirm that for me?
The council approved the building site, so I don't really see how we can argue moving the house now that it's been established that it can go in that location.
I'm referring more to the comment that there's 22 violations here of the...
The building site's been approved. So we're not evaluating the building site now.
Mr. Korb, I may ask you to elaborate on that if you would.
Well, I don't recall there being evidence of 22 violations of the Hillside standards and guidelines. I do recall that the staff analysis pointed out where there were areas in which the project exceeded or didn't match the specific requirements of the guidelines, and council exercised a discretion under the Hillside guidelines, making the findings required by the Hillside guidelines to make exceptions, and made those exceptions. So as far as I know, the council addressed all of the issues concerning parts of the development that may not have been in compliance with the guidelines as written through the exceptions that they were allowed to make. And I know nothing about 22 other guidelines that were not complied with.
Thank you.
Other questions for the speaker? Thank you. Rick Ardizzone, followed by Citizen Ray.
Rick's mother had to go to the hospital, so
Rick has left. Citizen Ray. Thank you. No, that's not it.
Want to move your foot? Self-centered turkey.
Citizen Ray, that's a warning.
Thank you.
That's the first one I've given.
I love your warnings. I love to walk up here, too, without being kicked. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I want to remind you folks that you are the Planning Commission. And state land use laws have designated that you are independent of town council politics, okay? You operate in that independency, all right? Planning is your only charge. And you don't kowtow to the town council under the law. Going from there, I heard this talk about a narrow consideration of the architecture and site. I've got a copy here of the architecture and site regulations. May I read them to you? Under considerations, Section 29.20.150, required considerations in review of ANS site applications. It says the deciding body, that's you, shall consider all relevant matter, including but not limited to the rest of the document. So your instructions are not what this man said here, okay? Your instructions as per the public document says consider all relevant matter on the issue. So I am going to give you some more relevant matter. And that relevant matter is the development policy for infill projects, which was left out of the public discourse from the very get-go. And that's by the dishonest and deceitful staff. So here we go. Item 2, an infill project should be designed in context with the neighborhood and surrounding zoning with respect to the existing scale and character of surrounding structures, provide comparable lot sizes and open space, consider garage placement, setbacks, density, provide adequate circulation, and on-street parking. Infill development should blend underline blend, rather than compete with the established character of the neighborhood. Obviously, this is an infill project. It has development on all four sides. And you never hear a word from this man here about his trying to blend in with anybody with his own ego. Huge mountain-sized ego.
Thank you very much. I have some additional cards. Allery Middlebrook.
I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I'm also a design professional, and I learned about this project from this group of Friends of the Hillside. And I don't know the specifics of the project, but I know enough about the project, having sat through tonight and looked at the drawings. And I would like to comment about the sustainable aspect of the project. I do that because I am a garden designer. I'm a published author. I've designed and built over 250 sustainable projects and have won awards, in California by other design professionals. And in terms of this being a green project, their use of materials in architecture are green, but the first thing that came to my mind is first, do no harm. And when you work with a sustainable project, the most important thing to recognize is as little impact to the environment as possible. And this project violates that because they're removing 22,000 cubic yards. That's cut and fill practice. And anytime I'm working with architects who are green architects, that is the most significant thing that you look at, is that what is the minimal amount of change to the natural landscape when you are designing a structure. And so the idea of removing that much topsoil and disturbing that much of the ecological system is absurd. I mean, that right there negates a green project. Other concerns that I would have would be the displacement of so much water, the amount of impervious roof system, all the hard surfaces that water is going to have to be diverted. The water comes down the hill. One woman mentioned that earlier. Is tremendous drainage issues that are going to affect that whole hillside all around and the people that live below them. Watershed protection. I don't know if there has been an environmental impact report with this project. I think it seems like to me that the council, in making their decision, did not have enough information about what a true green, I mean, if this is going to be touted as a green project, the council did not have enough information to really designate it being green. I mean, green is not the selection of materials. Green is the site and how you work with the site. Just a couple more things. Ecological devastation.
I think not. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Christine Curry.
Good evening, Council, Commissioners, sorry. There's a few inaccuracies, and I just wanted to maybe bring them to your attention. The APN number on this document is different than on Exhibit 4, and I'm hoping someone can give me a reason why that is. And then the other thing is that Mr. DeSantis has mentioned that he's been living here in Los Gatos for the last 16 years. I have something from the Los Angeles Times, as well as the City of Manhattan Beach minutes of the City Council dated December 6, 2005, that states he's been living in Manhattan Beach for the last 20 years. So I'm wondering how, I mean, I know that we all have vacation homes and vacation, but it's one thing to vacation, it's another to live. So I was hoping to get some sort of clarification, if possible. And then the other thing that I have a concern on is that we're missing a lot. We're missing a lot of The fencing, item 7, restricted to open design. We don't know what that means. Hillside design in our guidelines, there's specific, there's verbiage there. So I'd like to see that addressed. Item 17, on page 4 of 17, biological resources. God, I wish that was complete. We don't have that. There was no biological done. CEQA, that's why we're here. That's why we're in this pickle. We've got a CEQA lawsuit, Friends of the Hillsides, you know. It's an ugly thing we got to do, but if you don't have the biological, if you don't have the environmental documents, if you don't have the idea of where and how the wildlife corridors are and how that all works on our lovely hillsides, it's in our hillside-specific plan. It's got to be addressed. It hasn't been addressed. So what I'm hoping tonight, I hope you could just consider waiting until you get these documents, waiting until a CEQA judge says yay or nay. He or she is going to have that information. It's not going to be that long. And hopefully you, as commissioners, will be able to then sit down with all that information in your hand. I feel bad for Ms. Johnson. I mean, a lot of us have been working on this for the last 2 or 3 years. So we know it like the back of our hand, unfortunately. You know, to have a crash course, that's a big ream of paper, I know, because I've spent a lot of time reading it at night. So my thoughts are with you on that. But one last question to you. In recognition of our hillsides, there's also something about the grading permits, and usually something saying that's submitted. I want to know why these things are being kind of put together so quickly without all the documents in hand. So I'm hoping that you'll take that consideration. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, that it's Exhibit 4, so I'm curious why the APNS number is different. So I assume it's for a different project, or so if you could just clarify that for me, I'd really appreciate that.
1 second. Can staff help us with that?
The APN on Exhibit 4 is correct, as is the one on the PD ordinance, the findings, and the conditions. It is just incorrect on the title sheet.
Okay, so if it's incorrect on the title sheet, then shouldn't it be recirculated?
No, it's incorrect on the title sheet of the staff report. Everything else is the correct parcel number.
Okay, I have Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is the correct parcel numbers.
Okay, 537-29007?
Yes.
Okay, but that's different than the APN number I have of 537-23007-008 on item number 3. Can you explain that inaccuracy for me, please?
It's a typographical error on the staff report cover sheet.
Okay, so we all are sitting here.
I don't know how this is going to help us.
Okay, I'm just wondering, it just seems to be misinformation, that's all. Sure.
It might be just a typo. I am out of cards. Mr. DeSantis, I think instead of 3 minutes, I'll give you 5.
So 4.5 years ago, I bought a property, had an idea, came to the town, said, hey, I got this idea. They said, has merit. You know, I could subdivide it and develop it, or not do all that work. Environmentally, it'd be a lot better than do that, and had this idea. We had a planning commission study, collected input from the planning commission. They gave input, very valuable, went off the next year and worked on it. Came back to the planning commission, and they gave me back feedback. They did deny it. It was denied 4-2 that night. But there were also some comments made, if you go back and check in the notes, that said, God, if you were just able to get the main house below 9,000 or 10,000 square feet, we could almost see some good merits of it. And we worked on that, plus many other things, but all along maintained our vision. So we got through this process 4.5 years ago, very collaborative. And now tonight, I sit here and I hear people talking about green, and I go, you know, hey, there are some requirements in the PD that talk about green, and I have said that I want to be green. I'm being green not because I'm being forced to, but because that's who we are. And I guess the question, one of my thoughts is, who defines green? Is it some non-experts Is it the people in this room, or is it the Greenpoint rated system that the county of Santa Clara adopted? Maybe I'm not following all the interesting ideas that were given to me tonight, but maybe collecting rainwater and putting that in a pond and reusing that for irrigation is a better idea. Maybe geothermal is a much better idea. So maybe the investment in some of these other ideas, I get a much larger bang for my buck for the whole community. The other interesting element I've noticed tonight is continuous inaccuracies. From Ms. Decker's comments about 15,000 square feet, someone's comments about 140 trees being removed. 35 trees. We've already talked that we're going to replace that over 3 to 1. We've already talked about that we would absolutely carry similar canopy coverage. We've talked about using like species of material. We don't want to feel like we're in Hawaii, in Los Gatos. So we've really tried to do some of these things. Neighborhood compatibility. There are 15 homes in Los Gatos larger than what I'm proposing, and 5 of them are within throwing distance of my house. I've gone out and I talked to 67 neighbors. I contacted 67 neighbors. Got a boatload of signatures. I went through this entire process, and today, after considerable time, cost, and expense to my family and the town, a small non-representative group of individuals who are not my neighbors have decided to use my family and home as a political pawn. I'm disappointed and only hope this does not happen again. I'm confident that you can see through this political grandstanding. The ANS application before you tonight is consistent in every way with the approved PD, and I respectfully ask that you take action tonight and that it be approved. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker. Commissioner Michichi.
You mentioned when you first bought this, you thought of subdividing. How many lots could you have subdivided this into?
The slope density calculation says 2.98. And actually, as it turns out, or 2.9, and actually, as it turns out, I own 2 acres right next door, and I could actually, potentially, maybe even go larger. But 2 properties, which meant 2 houses, 2 barns, 2 cars, the whole.
Thank you.
Other questions for the speaker? Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. DeSantis, there's a couple of plans in here that are preliminary. For example, the preliminary landscape plan. What do you anticipate changing between what's provided in front of us and what will be ultimately given to the planning department?
I don't anticipate anything. It's just that, as I'm sure you guys are realists, things change. I just recently had some landscaping, a little bit of landscaping done at my current house. And the landscaper came in and said, hey, I'm going to buy 10 different plants. When he came in, he put in 12 plants. Because he goes, yeah, the 10 didn't quite make it to the end of the driveway. So there are unforeseen things that happen in the reality, but this is our best estimate of what we're going to do today.
If I may. Part of the landscape plan for Hillsides is also the fence, and I may have missed it, but we don't have any diagrams or pictures of what kind of a fence you plan to use?
Actually, we put in permeable, William, help me out here. Yeah, I think the requirement was a wildlife permeable fence around the landscape. We have not selected the individual one yet, but it would be consistent and something that the town would allow. And we have a safety fence around the pool.
Okay, and then one other question, and I'm just basing it on the staff report, some things that are still preliminary. Maybe this is more appropriate for the staff. The driveway, it mentions that there's still refinement of the driveway width.
I could answer that.
Okay.
So one of the things in the PD we can do is we can go put our 20-foot driveway in as it's laid out. One of the things that the planning has asked, and I've asked from a cost standpoint, is are there opportunities to narrow it down in certain areas, to minimize it, it's better for the environment, it's better for us. We have fire requirements, We have safety requirements. We have other requirements. Those requirements are, we're at that type of work is work that we are going to, will continue, be the continued evolution, appropriate evolution aspects of this project to work with the town to figure out the right places to minimize the width of the road.
Other questions? Commissioner Telesfori.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not sure where I am on this, but anyway, I see here that you have gate structures.
Yes.
I don't see a plan for that.
The gatehouses, they were, they should be in the document. They were.
That is something we need to look at, since it's concerning the architecture.
They have been submitted and they had been reviewed prior at the.
Did I miss it, staff?
It should be after the elevations. William from Landry Design Group saying maybe it's not in that package. One of the things I'd be happy with in your approval would be to say, to ensure that the consistency of what we showed to the town council and the consistency of what we showed you over the past 3 years, that it's still indeed that exact same structure and element. We're confident that it hasn't changed and it is what it is.
He is correct. The gatehouse structure was shown with the PD plans, and it has not changed. And I do have an elevation in my office, which I can bring in here if you'd like to see it.
Thank you. And also the retaining wall, that is what I'm seeing here.
Which one?
Well, I don't know how exactly to call out the number. There's no number on this.
So there's a series of retaining walls that were gone through during the PD process, and I can give you the high-level description because there's many retaining walls. It's roughly, about 100 and some odd feet of retaining wall in different areas, but about 50 to 60% of that are below 3 feet. They're small walls. We were able to, unlike when we first came to you for 3 years ago, we had retaining walls 10, 12 feet high. We have no retaining walls in excess of 5 feet. A small portion of those are 4 or 5 feet. And as I said, a majority of the structures are below 3 feet or less.
And the materials?
The materials will be some type of stone material. There is not going to be, it's going to be consistent with the renderings that you see here. It'll be stone material, it'll be slates that we are not going to be inconsistent in our architecture. My architect wouldn't be my architect if that was his case. And it will be a very special architectural property.
And then one other thing that I see on also this map is it's by the house, and it looks like a pathway that goes from the house.
A trellis.
No, it's not the trellis. It's not labeled, and so I don't know what it is.
Goes from where to where?
It looks like a pathway that goes from, excuse me if you can hear me, from the house past the pool fence and then to the pool fence and to the cabana. I just wondered what material you were using for that pathway.
So it's a trellis. So it's a trellis that goes.
There's a trellis.
So there's a trellis.
Yes.
Yes, and all those materials would be stone, but not all concrete. There would be stone and grass, and it would be a permeable surface. If that's the leading question too.
That's what I was wondering. What it's
Yes.
just okay. It's not called out. And the trellis, is that wood?
Trellis is wood.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Other questions for the speaker? Commissioner Sayak.
Mr. DeSantis, and the material to prepare for this was voluminous, and this is my first time seeing it, so I may have missed some in my review. Can you talk about the hydrology tests that have been done, and what specifically were under review, and whether water well and irrigation was part of that review?
So I will give my comments and then look to my team members to complement any further work. Early on, 4 years ago, when we first got the property, we had a particular company that had done the local wells come out and do a quick analysis of could we put a well in. Their analysis, which you do not have a copy of, said yes, there are many neighbors, surrounding neighbors that do have wells, and they said we would go ahead and get water. So our plan would be to put in water, to put a well in and use that towards the irrigation and offset some of the water consumption. If that proved to be too cost prohibitive or the value of doing some other environmental thing outweighed the value of doing that, or you decided you didn't want a well, then we would find other avenues to be green. We personally believe that the best way to be green when it comes to water is to collect rainwater as well as use a well, provided we can do that. Also, the area we've done that, and we showed this 4 years ago to the Planning Commission, that we believe that there was enough rainwater to be collected to irrigate the landscape. And that's one of the reasons why you get the pond. So there are some thoughts in there. That said, like all my other neighbors around me, to my left, right, north, south, east, and west, they all have a well. We thought, we'll put a well in too.
The reason why I'm asking, and again, this is probably something that if you could direct it towards me, my experience when calculating these, especially when you're doing the environmental factors, is that you calculate basically the input and the output. Mm-hmm. And so it directly ties into the landscape plan of how much landscape is going to be there, how much water you anticipate. And so I need, in my thinking and in my mental thoughts, I'm just trying to calculate how much landscape you have, how much water is.
So here's what I think you should do. If I was sitting in your shoes, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, I'm just giving my opinion. I think you should assume that we will not use a well for our irrigation, because we have not done all of the studies to make sure that a well makes either financial sense or can supply all the appropriate water. We did get it approved in the PD because it makes sense. And now during this part of the process, we'll go and do that work. And with the competent staff and rules that you have in place, here in the town, if we found that the compliances didn't make sense, we wouldn't do it. I'm not the public enemy number one like my opposition obviously is trying to make me out to be. I want to work with the town.
Other questions of the speaker? I have a question. I've been out to the property twice, and I've driven all around it on the back streets and the dead ends and tried to go up on the mountain to maybe it's the west, to get an elevated view of the property, because I've never been able to access the property. But were we supposed to, I didn't see any instruction on calling for appointment. Have any of you walked on the property? I just wondered how we were supposed to get in there.
Well, the property has a gate to stop cars, because when I first
I went up by car.
Because when I first took control of the property, we found that there were some teenagers, or we assumed teenagers, that were doing donuts up at the top on the top platform, and it was indicated to me by my by the guy cutting the grass, actually, and then follow on by my advisors, that that's probably, from a liability standpoint, not a safe thing to do, is to let the teenagers go up and drink with the beer cans and do donuts up there. So we put a lock on driving up there. That said, you walk 5 more feet, you walk up. I've never stopped any planning commissioner or town council member. I've been up there with town council members many times. I was there with planning commission members when they walked up, and no one contacted me. I've always made myself available, so I have not received one contact to go up to the property.
Thank you. Commissioner Machici.
A comment was made on the cut and the amount of trucks that would be required to take it out and so forth. I had thought I read before that you were planning to move the cut to other portions of your property. Are you going to be trucking it or moving it?
Well, yes. So one of the things that when we first started this project, we had export in excess of 30,000 cubic yards, a very large number. And in the PD, we now have the requirement to keep it below 8,000, and our current estimate is around 7,500. We also did a colluvium analysis to make sure that the colluvium would be appropriately dealt with, for those of you who know what colluvium is. One of the core elements of the project, as mentioned by a neighbor, or one of the neighbors, was this site has been used over the past 100 years. Used by farmers, used for different things, and had been graded, not politely. So there are flat spots, there are berms, there are all different types of things. And one of the things ideas that we came up in working with council and working with staff and working with the town was the possibility of doing some hillside restoration, where we would return, rather than just export off all the stuff we had, we'd actually restore some of the natural contours to the property. So by doing that and working on optimizing the design, we were able to dramatically reduce our export and manage that process.
7,500 cubic?
Yeah, in the PD it's below 8,000. And our current estimate is 75, 60, 75, 80, something along
That's
those
about
lines.
1,000 truckloads, if I remember my math. Give or take.
What's that?
Right? In two ways.
Yeah,
Up and down.
and one other thing on the truckloads, that's why one of the things in the PD that we did, and was referenced, is we broke the grading up into a 2-phase grading plan. We said, let's do some grading now this year, do some rough grading to move some of the dirt now, and then hydroseed and repair and do all the erosion control and all that work now that's in those docks, so that so then the winter rains can unscar the land from the openness, and then when we go back in the spring to do the detailed work and start the house, then we'll be in a position to do that.
Could I have a question of staff while in between here?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I assume in the conditions of approval that any damage done to the roads is the responsibility to be repaired?
Yeah, Fletcher can probably give you more detail, but we did require they have to do a pre-construction survey and either do video or photos documenting the existing conditions, and then they require any kind of repair because of construction, traffic, trucks, et cetera. There's also a traffic management plan that they're working on for the traffic control, will work around school hours, things like that.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Parsons, unless you know, Mr. DeSantis. Which way are those trucks going to go? They're going to head toward Shannon, or they're going to head back toward Los Gatos Boulevard?
That decision is one that's in works. We are in the process of finalizing who the grader's going to be, and we're going to be working very closely with engineering to work out the route or routes for the off-haul.
As Kennedy approaches Shannon, it goes to one lane. That could be real exciting. I was just coming off the one-lane portion of Kennedy. The yellow line disappears, Parsons. The yellow line disappears. The road gets real narrow, and a dump truck, not the size to haul the dirt, was coming in the opposite direction. I moved over to the bank. His wheels were over the line as he approached the one-lane section. So that could be real exciting. So that's a lot of trucks for a one-lane road.
The PD actually conditions the truck route, and it requires that they go down Kennedy to Los Gatos Boulevard, to Highway 9, to Highway 17, and out of town.
That was my question. Thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing and turn to the commissioners. Are there other disclosures or additional evidence that need to be put on record? And we already had a show of hands of how many commissioners visited the site. So let us begin then with Commissioner Talasfori and move to her left.
Whoa. Thank you. Hi, thanks. Well, I think I have an idea of the architecture, although I do look at this building, commissioners, and I'm thinking it's very well designed. In fact, it's quite beautiful. Just not sure that the way it's designed is that rural character that we're looking for, regardless of the floor area ratio and the grading and anything else. I just have to really question that. It's very estate-looking, and when I was going through the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, I couldn't find an appropriate paragraph or anything that addressed that. But I do think it's beautiful. I'm just not sure that this is what we look for in the hillsides, as when we talk to other people who are developing their hillside homes. So that's where I'll start, and I'll wait to listen to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Machici.
I was reflecting back on the original meeting when when as a group, I think we denied it 4-2. I don't think it was a unanimous vote, if I recall.
I think the vote was 5-2.
But 5-2 then. It was 4-2? Yeah, I thought I recalled that. And I think that part of the thinking that was going on at the time was that there could have been 2 6,000-square-foot homes put on that property. It could have been zoned for 2 areas. And I failed to see where a 9,000-square-foot home would be any worse environmentally than 2 6,000-square-foot homes. I think they accomplished that. They did that. They brought it back down to under 9,000 square feet. One of the questions I may have as staff is that I understand there's 8,000-foot homes in the area. How many are there now? Are they close to that area? I heard the range in the staff report, but I didn't have the exact number. Do we have any idea what that number is?
I have a whole printout of
the
house
homes?
sizes in the town that are above
No, I'm talking
6,000 and
about
above 7,000. I looked at the ones that are actually abutting the property, and the largest was 8,900. That's, I'm talking house size, not ancillary buildings
I'm
and all
house
the
size,
extra
residence
stuff.
size,
But I could pull it out and sort of run down the list quickly. A lot of them are in the 5,000 and 6,000 square foot range.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you want to give reference to that page?
Yeah,
For Commissioner Machici?
Commissioner Machici looked at the...
Turn your mic.
I'm sorry. I assume that you looked at the drawing of the immediate area that does have the sizes?
Well, no, I didn't.
I think if you look, unfortunately, there's no page number on this, but a few pages in, there is a drawing of the immediate neighborhood, and it has house sizes on it. So if that would be helpful to you.
On the edge tab, it's called adjacent house and lot plan.
I will look at it.
I'll pass this map around. I have the numbers written right on here, and it shows you on the correct parcel.
Other comments, Commissioner Machici?
No, I said that.
Commissioner Sayak?
Okay. A couple of things. First, I'm going to start off with the green issue. I know that a lot of comments have been made today about being green and that it's not a requirement, it isn't a law, but you yourself have said that you want this to be of national prominence. And so I think someone addressed it, and I'm going to say it quickly, and then I'm going to get off that, since we all agree it's not a requirement. But one of the principal tenets of sustainability is to lighten and lessen your footprint on the environment. And that's just something that one has to weigh when deciding, are you in fact doing that? So I'm going to leave it as that, because as you said, sustainability and green is all subjective, and I don't want to get into that debate. One of the things that I am quite consistent on is that, whether it's your project or others, is I don't like approving things that are incomplete. Landscaping plans have come to us in prior applications where we don't have it, it's not final, and I don't like it, and I can't approve it. I just cannot approve things that are not completely in front of me. And I understand that landscaping can change, fencing can change. They can change from 10 plants to 12 plants, but it can change from 10 plants to 100 plants. And I don't have, it's not that I don't feel that anyone in this room is not competent, but I have to assure myself that I'm making my vote, and I can't make that without all the information in front of me. There are a couple of things, since we're on the subject of landscaping. Should this move forward, there are certain things I'd like to make as conditions of approval. Certainly, water efficiency. I think the standards that are on page 51 of our Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, all those should be conditions of approval. I would ask this because it's such a large parcel. And given our water conditions in this region, I understand the situation with the pond. I haven't seen all the hydrology information. So I would like to make sure that ornamentation and landscaping isn't going to be the priority over what's best used for our water conditions. Okay, so that's one of my first requests for conditions of approval. We talked briefly about copper. I feel very strongly about not using copper, again, for water issues. That would be another condition of approval that I would request should this move forward. Let's see. There was talk about fencing, and I actually have been to the site. I have to confess, I trespassed on your site today. I did drive up, and then I kind of walked around the perimeter of it. It's a beautiful area. Today, I saw 3 deer on your property. And so I am very concerned about fencing because permeable means so many things to different people. And we've had applications come before us where they have said, and it's been a condition of approval, that they would use fencing that is of a rural nature. And I've seen fencing that's balustrades that belong in, well, that don't belong. So again, it's difficult for me to approve something that I don't have fully in front of me. So I would definitely want another condition approval of the fencing, and perhaps have illustrations, again, reiterating what's in our development standards, as these are the types of fencing that our standards and guidelines are proposing and that we anticipate. The road conditions and the off-hauling, I know that that's already in the PD. Again, I want to stress that that's a significant issue, driving along that area, as well as biking. Me and my family take that route several times. I know many others, and given the hours of operation and the amount of truck off-hauling, I just want to make sure that that is something that is utmost importance to many people. It's a public health, and for anything else, I think that we should be very careful, and we should make sure that we're enforcing those. And I'll leave that for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Jensen.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Korb?
Yes.
And I don't know if this is appropriate for you to comment on or not, but I was just curious about the status of the litigation, and if there's been a request for a temporary restraining order, and if so, has it been decided, and how would it affect anything that we do here tonight?
There's been no request that I'm aware of.
Okay. Aside from that, then, I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Sayak said about our extraordinarily limited ability to consider anything about this application. because we are not elected officials. We are bound to follow the rules and ordinances as set forth by the town council, whether we agree with them or not. And I feel an obligation to do that. But I do think that to the extent we're able to consider anything, we do get to consider landscaping, we do get to consider fencing. The ordinance does address fencing, but it has a very vague description of what's available, and we haven't really got a plan for that. And given how much this body pays attention to detail, I think that at least with the measure of interest that there is in this project, that we should get as much detail as possible.
I agree with you, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Donnell.
It's a very interesting evening. We do have very limited ability. I think many of the speakers did not understand our limitations. If we were free to disregard the the town council, it would be rather chaotic, and I do think we have to follow that. I don't care whether it's 3-2 or 4-1. It was their decision. So I was one who voted against this project when it came before the Planning Commission. That's where I was. The town council has disregarded my thoughts on the subject. I am now bound, I believe, to say, okay, they've decided to approve the project. It's approved. And so I only look at this project from that basis, and I understand many of you would prefer something else. But I have to say, you do have a lawsuit pending, so it's not like we're the only one here. I don't know what the majority of us are going to do tonight, but I have to, once I assume that the project has been approved, then I look at merely, and I shouldn't say merely, but the design and the architecture. I believe this applicant has gone to great expense, great detail. He's had more detail and more study than any project I believe I have seen of a residence since this is the 5th year I've been on the Planning Commission. So I can't criticize the work he's done, nor, from what I've heard, his honesty. This should not be a personal matter. I can see how people will oppose this project. I voted against it. I don't. Therefore, it bothers me, I guess, when people want to make everything personal. So I would just say, if you don't like his project, great, you don't like his project. If you want to sue him, you're suing him. My limitation is the people I have to observe have said, okay, the project's approved. That being said, I could agree with a lot of the things Commissioner Sack had said, saying we could do this, we could do that. No problem with that. But as far as saying, no, we ought to continue it, those kinds of things, I'm not prepared to do that. I personally believe we ought to make a decision tonight. I'm inclined to say within the parameters of what the town council has done, that I would be prepared to approve the architectural site approval with the conditions that my fellow commissioners will, one, have already outlined, and two, I'm sure some of you will have more. So that's where I'm coming from.
Commissioner Bourgeois, and then we'll go back for the motion.
Well, I may be one of those people you're talking about, Commissioner O'Donnell, that is having trouble with the narrow focus of what we're doing. I look at our staff report, and to approve the architecture and site, and this is in Exhibit 4, we have to find that it is in compliance with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. And the exact wording is that other than the exceptions granted by the town council, so house size, building height, cut and fill depths, and encroachment outside the LRDA, off the table. Other than those exceptions, that the product is in compliance with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. And, you know, there's a difference between standards and guidelines. Guidelines are discretionary, standards are not. Just as we've been sitting here talking about through all these details, I've been thumbing through the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, and I've made a list of, apart from those 4 things, of areas where this project is out of compliance. And so I don't see how I can, regardless of the fact that the town council approved the PD, with the language in this exhibit of how we need to make this finding, I can't make the finding that it's in compliance with the standards and guidelines. So that's, even with all these conditions, I'm not there. So that's where I am.
Any comment, Mr. Korb?
Yeah, with all due respect to Commissioner Bourgeois' review, on-the-spot review and interpretation of the guidelines as he sees them, and everybody has a right to review and see them as they deem appropriate given the evidence. That's what the council did, and council did make that determination that, subject to those exceptions, that the project was in compliance. I don't know what about this application differs from the PD, and as a consequence, it's difficult for me to advise the commission that you can say that it's not in compliance that the project is not in compliance with the guidelines as determined by council. Again, you may interpret them differently, but council apparently has does have the final say on that interpretation.
Commissioner, can you give me like one, for example?
Well, I can give you a whole list of them, but on page 48, a standard for accessory buildings, swimming pools and sport courts are prohibited on slopes greater than 30%. Prohibited.
No, let's stay with that one. That's what I'm looking for. Well, that's what I'm asking staff. Mr. Korb, now he's got something he says is awry. Now you're saying the approval by council covered all of that and said it's okay.
Yes.
But we still need to make the finding that it's in compliance apart from those 4 exceptions. So maybe I'm not getting it, but...
But Mr. Korb is saying it's not just the 4, it's the whole enchilada. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I think it's important, obviously, that we all vote our conscience and our mind. And, John, I would be the last person to quarrel with you, and I'm not going to quarrel with you. We view what's been done perhaps differently, and that's fine. I just think we ought to make a decision tonight. If the decision is no, I don't approve it, that's a decision. If the decision is we feel constrained to approve it because of the reasons Mr. Korb said, that's a decision. So I'm not arguing with anybody who is opposed to what I'm saying. I just want to make that clear. And I appreciate your comments.
Mr. Korb is saying there are no PD issues, that the hillside has been blessed as okay. And as I read it, I have a similar reaction to you, John, but this is one where I will defer to town council. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what good government is. But not having everything we need to make a good government decision is another issue. So I think we're stuck with the one that's bothering you, but we're not stuck with the other one. Tom, you want to make a motion? It's getting late. See if it flies.
I will be glad.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Commissioner Talasori, go ahead.
Aside from the landscaping and fencing issue, there was also, we were supposed to make a decision about evaluating the lighting plan. And I don't see one as well. And that's extremely important. And to follow up with John, on page 37 of the guidelines, hillside development should reduce the appearance of mass and bulk. And beautifully done. It's a beautiful home. It's just not, for me, rule. It has a turret, which it says to avoid in our guidelines. And it's a grand house. It's a grand estate. I just don't see it in the hillside. So I think that's architecture. I'm not saying the PD's wrong. My argument is not about that. It's just that I can't, just because I cannot support something just because of a council vote. It has to be within the guidelines of the hillside standards. It has to be consistent.
I have a question.
I have to be able to vote my conscience on this.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
We're missing pieces.
Yes.
We have questions that may warrant further review. Would you like to see this again in 2 weeks or 4 weeks? Well, the missing pieces will be here. And, Tom, it may be that some folks need further study. and it's 11 o'clock, and we get around 11 o'clock, we do goofy things. I don't want to do goofy things on this case. I'm sorry it's late, I'm sorry there's a delay, but the 2 weeks might make a difference.
I don't know how to, I mean, if we just base it, for me, Commissioner Kane, if we just based it on the architecture, I think I spoke my mind. I mean, we just saw a project on Santa Rosa that we sent back for redesign because of that.
I'm not sending it back. I'm
I know
asking
that.
for
I'm
2
just
weeks for
saying.
further study and delivery of the missing pieces. Then, if not, Tom, make a motion. Let's
I
go
will.
it that way.
Let me just say this. If we make a motion of approval and it doesn't make it, and somebody makes a motion to deny, I mean, we may have to be where you're suggesting it. But my feeling is that a number of commissioners really have made up their mind. And the way to find out is to make the motion. So I will make a motion. And I will make a motion that we approve the architecture site application with conditions, and in particular, and we'll have to have Commissioner Sack repeat them to make sure I agree with each of them, but Commissioner Sack did suggest some conditions, which I'm prepared to adopt in my motion. We have to find that the project is consistent with the hillside specific plan and the standards and guidelines, and I would so find, based on the town council's prior decision and what I understand our scope to be, and that it is consistent with the PD ordinance 2162, that is consistent with considerations for approval of architecture and site applications, and that we would approve the architecture and site application S0855, subject to the conditions set forth in Exhibit 5. So that's the motion. And, one thing. CEQA has been determined. It is no longer before us.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'm going to second it to see how the commission feels about it.
All right. Discussion. I have a question. Staff, these missing pieces, would you project they're available within 2 weeks? Is that reasonable?
Sure, yes, they can.
We can check with the applicant, but yes.
Yeah, we can provide fencing and lighting details, absolutely.
All right, then, Commissioner O'Donnell, I'm not going to support the motion simply because I'd like 2 more weeks to think on this further and look at the missing pieces, and then we make a decision in 2 weeks. But I for one, don't want to make one right now. Further discussion?
I would just say that a lighting plan and a landscape plan at this point in time for me is not going to help me with the volume and the mass and the bulk of this uncharacteristically rural, supposedly, house.
I could be wrong, but I would say none of which is before us. So the lighting does loom important.
The architecture isn't before us?
No, you said loom in size. Maybe I misunderstood. Other discussion? If not, I'll call the motion, and so I shall. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Looks like 2-5, the motion fails. Further discussion or another motion? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Well, I thought you were going to make a motion to continue for 2 weeks, but if you don't want to go there, I will.
No, I'll go there. I make a motion we continue, because I don't want to do a denial right now. I want 2 more weeks to think about it. So let me see if I can get a couple of votes. I'm going to make a motion that we continue this for 2 weeks in hope of not just further study, because I do have some questions, the same questions that Commissioner Bourgeois does. I want to look at it further. And I want to respect the concerns of the 2 commissioners who said they'd like to vote when all the facts are in front of them. They've had that position in the past. It's not something they made up tonight. So I'm asking for a second that we continue this for 2 weeks.
I'll second it, but I wonder if we could limit it to those things that have been identified, the fencing, the landscape plan, the lighting plan, so that there's not a second generalized discussion.
Well, it should be limited to the A&S, of which those are component parts, because otherwise we're deciding the rest of the A&S tonight.
I would only second it with the limitations that I indicated, so perhaps you'll get another second.
1, 2, 3, go. Motion dies for lack of second. Other discussion or another motion? John?
I'm going to make a motion to deny. I cannot find that the project, despite the guidance of our council, I read Exhibit 4, and you take those 4 exceptions off the table, I still can't make the finding that this project is consistent. I could find it's consistent with the PD, but I can't find it's consistent with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. And as evidence of those, I would like to call out on page 9 in the objectives, numbers 7 and 9. On page 18 in the site planning standards, number 3. On page 36 in the bulk and mass standards, number 2. On page 48, accessory building standards, number 3. On page 51, landscape design standards, number 3, 4, 5, and 7. And on page 53, plant materials standards, number 4.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion? Commissioner Jensen?
I can't support the motion because of our Exhibit 3, Resolution 2008-056, as approved by the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, which, whether I think we agree with it or not, at Section F, it says, Council finds as follows. Number 1, the zone change is internally consistent with the general plan and its elements and the hillside-specific plan. And then it goes on to identify 4 additional exceptions that it makes to its basic finding that it's consistent with the hillside-specific plan. Unfortunately, whether I agree with it or not, I think that we as a commission, not the elected officials considering this, are bound by the resolution.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Do we understand the motion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Nay. 1, 2, 3. Motion fails 3 to 4. Commissioner O'Donnell?
We only have 3 choices. And so far, we've defeated all of them, I think. So I'm going to try one more time. Again, there's only 3 choices. And listening to Commissioner Jensen, I don't know, I misunderstood, I guess. I thought she voted against the motion to approve. As near as I can tell, our vote count isn't coming out. I mean, if you vote against the motion to continue, you vote against the motion to deny, that leaves voting in favor of the motion. So I'm going to remake the same motion and see if Mr. Michichi will second it and see if we could recount, because I don't understand how somebody can vote against all 3.
Can I make a comment before you make the same motion? What I thought I heard on the denial was that they wanted to be able to look at specific fencing plans, landscape plans, and so forth.
No, I don't think so.
Anyway, what's your point?
Yeah.
That's your
I'm
point?
saying if he's going to make the same motion,
Commissioner Jensen?
the same reason.
I hope I can explain to Commissioner O'Donnell and everyone else how I can vote no on all of them. The motion to approve, as I understood it, was was including, without re-examining issues about the fencing and the lighting, without actually having the plans in front of us. So that was something I couldn't support. The motion to continue was asking to continue to consider those missing items, if you will, but not limiting the discussion to those missing items, but opening up the discussion again. The motion to deny, I felt, was not in compliance with the resolution we have from the Town Council in front of us, so I can vote no 3 times.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I have a motion you may like. I will make the same, I just don't want to say it again, the same motion I made before, except that as to the items enumerated, I think that's the fencing and give me the other, the lighting and the landscape, where we don't have final plans. The motion would be that we bifurcate this so that we essentially are approving the ASA tonight Except that we're granting a 2-week continuance, or whatever the time frame is, to get us back those other things. So the final approval of the whole ASA will be dependent upon our approval of those plans. And if we do not, then it will fail, because it is a complete picture. And that gets to your concern, obviously, that we at least narrow this down. So it wouldn't be a full approval tonight, but it would certainly narrow it down. Now, I'm sure council is going to tell me why I can't do that. But
I was not going to tell you that, but I was going to make a suggestion before anybody seconds the motion, and that would be that the motion would be as worded, but also to continue the public hearing for the limited purpose of receiving evidence concerning the landscape, a final landscape plan, fence design or fence plan, and lighting plan, and any testimony from the applicant, from staff, or from any interested member of the public regarding those 3 plans only.
Exactly.
Second.
That's what I meant.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Sayoc, in your opinion, those are the 3 missing pieces? Or were there others? Did you discuss a 4th one earlier?
Those were certainly the 3 missing pieces that I identified. I don't think I will support the motion. An approval to me is an approval, and this is a complete package. And we've had instances in the past where we may approve the house, and then the landscaping came back that significantly affected the house. To me, it's cleaner to say yes or no on one package, and so for that reason, I wouldn't support it bifurcated.
I think council had suggested we not bifurcate it, and so the motion would not be that we bifurcate it. The motion would be, as I understand it.
Perhaps I can state the motion as I think you're trying to make it based on what I previously said. The motion would be to continue the public hearing for the limited purpose of receiving final, again, lighting, landscaping, and fencing plan and design, and receiving testimony from staff, from the applicant, and any interested party in the public, or any interested member of the public, solely with regard to those plans. There's no other action taken regarding the application.
But by way of clarification, so we all understand, that would mean then, I take it, that in 2 weeks, although the new evidence would be restricted, one could vote against this motion for the whole set of reasons that they now have. So it accomplishes a couple things. It gets the 2-week continuance to allow them to at least address some people's concerns. It doesn't mean that anybody's committed, however, to voting in favor of the project, notwithstanding what those submittals are. That's my understanding. And that is the motion.
So the rest of the AMS is not approved?
That's correct.
Sounds like my motion. I like it. Well, now we have a really good motion. More discussion, Commissioner Telesfori?
One more time say what the motion is in context, the whole thing.
The motion is to continue the public hearing for 2 weeks, whatever the date may be, for the limited purpose of receiving final landscaping, lighting, and fence design plans, and accepting comment from staff, from the applicant, and any interested member of the public, solely with regard to those plans.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
To the maker of the motion, could we just stipulate for the record that as part of the landscape plans, we would also get irrigation and irrigation calculations?
Why?
Because I think I heard that as a concern from several people.
Maybe that's what I meant.
Agreed.
4th piece. Commissioner Sayoc.
Actually, I would like to concur that, and at least for my benefit, if I could see some more hydrology numbers. I know that the well may be off the table, but just, I'd like to see that portion in my packet.
That's fine with me. I mean, obviously, the applicant has a right, I mean, not a right, but he's being invited to submit that. What he submits is his business. But obviously, if we were to pass a motion in 2 weeks, and you didn't see something you liked on that, that might affect the motion. So, and can I find out whether this motion satisfies Ms. Jensen? Because I thought she was shaking her head. Ms. Jensen, did you have some problem?
No, I don't have any problem, nor do I control this entire meeting or this entire project. I'm one vote.
Staff, we can do this in 2 weeks?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion. We've had discussion. I'm going to call the motion. Do we understand the motion? Yes? Yes, yes. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. Mr. Korb, comment?
And any member of the public interested in this application, the application has been continued till the next meeting, I guess in 2 weeks. What's that date? August 27th. I can't see that right now. And there will be no further notice of the public hearing.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have one case left, but before I go into that, I'm going to excuse Commissioner Machici. If you don't leave, Phil, I'm going to tell you to take your seat.
I took your place. Good luck.
Take care. Commissioners, we have a case left. You want to hear it, or do you want to continue it? Commissioner Sayak? Is she awake? This is my point exactly. Do you want to hear this final case, or do you want to continue it? We have 10 minutes left. Talk to me. Commissioner Telesfori.
You know, I could actually stay. I don't really care to, but I would stay.
You don't care to. Tom, you want to call it?
I mean, I'm with you. If the commission said, oh, we've got to stay and finish it, I'm not going to leave, but I don't think we're giving it our best attention. And secondly, my reading of it is going to take a while.
Oh, yeah.
This is not an open and shut thing. So I think in fairness to the applicant, but I know in fairness to us, I would request that we continue it.
It will not be a half-hour meeting, I'm sure.
Staff, can we hear this in 2 weeks?
Yes, we can.
Would the applicant wave at me so I know who it is? I think a 2-week delay is appropriate simply because of the hour, the condition that we're in. We've lost one commissioner. It's an interesting case. I think we're going to have some suggestions, recommendations. I'd hate to try to force it through tonight and not give you clear thinking. So unless you strenuously disagree.
I won't be here. I'll be in New York.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
The applicant's in New York.
Does he want to continue it for 4 weeks?
You want to go for 4 weeks?
No.
I can't hear him.
We'd rather not, if there's a possible way. We're open to recommendations.
Open to recommendations. Give me a recommendation, Ms. Bailey.
We have September 10th. Yeah.
September 10th?
Fletcher, can you take down that silly sign?
September 10th?
So that's a month.
I have a choice of 2 weeks or a month.
We can have another representative here if we can do it on the 27th.
The 27th.
Excellent. Do we need a motion?
Yes.
I need a motion to move this 2 weeks out to the 27th,
So moved.
and that's because of the hour.
Amen.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion. Commissioner Jensen.
I just wanted to know, would they be number one on August 27th?
I don't.
Could they at least be ahead of the last project?
It'll be a continued public hearing.
That would be my concern, that we run into the same problem.
Already have some continued. And they have time constraints too, so we'll, one or two, probably.
One or two. All right.
Thank you.
We don't have the motion yet, Commissioner Telesfori. Thank yous notwithstanding, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Now, thank you.
All right. Nobody leave yet, Tom.
I'm out, I'm just throwing something away.
Commissioners, we go to continued other business. We have none. We go to new other business. Item 5 is Planning Commission sustainability goals. Do we want to wrap that, Commissioner Sayoc, do you want to wrap that up tonight or continue that for 2 weeks? John, what do you want to do?
The Sustainability Committee's meeting, and we need this input from this commission.
Excellent.
So this should not take very long.
We received a placard, a card from Ms. Davis 2 weeks ago. Was that the BIG, Build It Green standards, the point system?
I apologize, I'm not aware of that.
All right. But, John, you know what she passed around. That would be my input, whether or not you think that's tight enough to also include LEED certification.
I'm not sure I understand what
they want standards from us.
Why don't you let Commissioner Sayoc and I frame what the Sustainability Committee is looking for from this commission, and then we can start discussion from there?
I thought Mr. Lortz's letter did that. Commissioner Telesfori.
Yes, we will need a motion to continue the meeting past 11:30, and I'm prepared to make that motion.
Then you should.
Okay, I propose that we continue the meeting past 11:30 for the item number 5, which are sustainability.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Commissioner Bourgeois, continue.
So the Sustainability Committee has been assembled to receive input from town staff to understand what the town's goals are for sustainability and how those goals apply to each of the commissions. So we're trying to learn about the goals of the town in that committee. But what the committee wanted everyone to go to their commission and discuss is, do these commissions have any input to that process? Do you have any ideas of how this commission should or could address sustainability goals? And so my very brief thought on that is that, Commissioner Sayoc and I will bring back the goals from that committee, and it's just kind of an awareness thing. There's policies and standards on the books that kind of meet those goals, and it'd be our job as those committee members to take that to this commission as an education, and where applicable, as we sit in a quasi-judicial body, to apply those appropriately. And so that's what I see kind of as the Planning Commission's role, is just to be aware of the goals and the applicable laws and to apply them. So that's a very simplistic starting point, but if anyone, Commissioner Sayoc, may want to continue on that.
There were two, I'll provide two examples. On the town website, there were two items that I flagged. It states that we have a landscape conservation ordinance for development of homes 7 or larger. It also states that we mandate that when demolition occurs, that we recycle our materials, and that's verified through receipts. Sitting on this planning commission for the past 1.5 years, I didn't even know about the landscape conservation ordinance, and I've never asked anyone for the receipts. So those are two examples of it stated on our books, yet it's an awareness of, well, what are they, and how can we do our job better and actually implement these policies that are existing.
Great. Commissioner Telesfori.
So I have a question, too, is have you discussed the green building strategies in relationship to historical preservation of buildings and houses in our town? And how do we apply those? Or Not-
No, we have not. We've had one meeting, and it's been very preliminary in trying to just establish what is the goal of the committee. I mean, that's what the first meeting was about. So if that is something you would like us to bring to the committee, then that's what we're here to receive input, just
I
like
do,
that.
because that is the one that's definitely affected by any decisions that your committee could possibly make, or this commission, or that committee, actually.
Good. Is that it, John? Is that enough to get rolling?
Unless anyone else has any input. I mean, that's what we're here to receive input and take it back to the committee. So if anyone, you had a question about the Build It Green.
Yeah, I'll go back earlier to Ms. Davis's scorecard that she gave us 2 weeks ago. It was the BIG scorecard, and I think that's a minimum standard for the future. The LEED certification as well for commercial buildings. That's what I passed you 2 weeks ago. You never gave back to me. Do you mind if I get that back?
I thought you were giving it to me, that I could study and use it.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just as a commissioner, I want to be very, whatever we get, I want to know what it is in the sense of, you've mentioned standard, we've talked about guidelines. We obviously don't have a right to impose certain things. We have a right to suggest certain things. So I guess all I'm saying is, let's make it clear what we're doing, so we as a commission don't try to impose something that we don't have a right to impose. It's almost like the copper, where we say, where Commissioner Sack says, boy, I sure think this is a mistake if you use copper, and here's why I think it's a mistake. That's fine. But if there were, for example, well, city ordinance says you can't do that, then that's something else. So you just help us out by being clear.
So to capture that comment, you want clarity between requirements and suggestions.
Please.
Okay.
Commissioner Jensen.
Since the request is for feedback, I guess Commissioner Sayak suggested that she'd been through our various ordinances and policies and flagged a couple of things. Maybe it'd be productive, and I don't know if you already have, to go through all of those and suggest to us or the appropriate body where you think things would apply or where they naturally apply already from what we've gotten, and then we could evaluate it and figure out how to incorporate it into staff reports or considerations. But I'm not going to suggest what the staff should do, but it'd be good to comb through and figure out where you thought something would apply.
And
Commissioner Telesfori.
to tag on that, and specifically with the copper issue, because in the residential design guidelines, it does say avoid. And when I brought it up tonight, that was why. So clarification on that, is that something that as a commission we, apply or we suggest? I don't know.
Demand. Other comments? John, place to stop? All right, good. We go to our Director of Community Development report,
And we have no report.
and now we go to Commission matters. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.